So Cahan explained to Tony Cahan McCourt, who's on the start line, should explain myself better, two broken drive shafts he turned out. He broke one, and when they got to service, the other one had taken too much strain and it had broken as well. So fair play to his crew, they've got him fixed. Well, sorry, that's Desi Henry, but we know that Cahan was getting himself gathered together on the getting ready to go.
Desi Henry, one of the few, or many if you like, that has moved from the Ford Fiesta Rally 2 to the Citroen. Seems to be the car of choice at the moment. You can see Cahan McCourt on the start line there. But the Kilray man, along with Paddy Robinson, will be hoping for a good result here. Michael was saying Cahan on the start line there with Liam Fermoy's Liam Moynihan. And Cahan had a great result in Killarney Historic last year, 3rd overall. Retired in Galway on the Sunday morning.
Nothing wrong with that car now, Zav?
No. Be interested to see his times now.
Yes. This stage will suit him because I think he's done it before on when it was a stage on the Tyrone stages.
Great camera position there, allows you to see the build-up of cars waiting to start the stage. And that's the Citroen C3 of Dublin's Michael Barable and Oma's Gory Noble. Robert Barable, yep. I'll get my coat.
You haven't pulled yet, son. Don't worry.
No, I'm having a nightmare today. I've made 2 or 3 mistakes this morning. But look, the last time I made a mistake was way back in 1982, so I'm happy enough with that.
I'm not even going to ask. We asked to get your coat that day as well.
But good to see Robert put in a great result in West Cork, and certainly made people sit up and notice on a Sunday morning. And of course, his new sponsorship on this event from Dublin Airport Driving School. And there's the new Ford Fiesta R5 Mark II of Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy.
It's really interesting if you just see, I think it was Gareth McHale there, gave his Polo a bit of a spurt in the control area just to get a wee bit of heat in there. And you can see the heat haze from the engines.
Good interview with Gareth. You know, we were saying amongst ourselves when we were off air about Gareth's pace having picked up over the last number of events. There's Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy underway. Won the Irish Tarmac Championship 10 years ago, was Irish Forestry Champion in 2012 and the 206 Super Cup way back in 2002. Won the Peugeot 206 Super Cup.
You're making me feel old, Sav.
Goodness me.
You're making me feel old. Goodness me is right. So Josh is over the line. 6:58.5 Marion, 7:00.4, 1.9 seconds.
Good, nice tight one.
Yep.
That's what you want. That's Declan Boyle and Patrick Walsh on the start line.
Callum is obviously the critical person here.
It's the next Seaman Campidelli car. Retired on the Circuit of Kerry in the Citroen, was 15th overall in West Cork. So hopefully Declan and Patrick will get a really good run today. They fully deserve it. They've had some horrendous luck in the last few events.
I think if I give McCafferty's barn a wee mention here, will he stamp me a pint there tomorrow night?
Well, he may well do. McCafferty's bar, certainly quite an expansive group of pubs.
I'm going to say something here, Sav. I'm sorry to interrupt. There's something really interesting that's caught my eye with all of these polos, and maybe somebody on social media will correct me. They're all coming to the line with their side lights on. And the moment they go to countdown, in other words, they go to stage mode, they'll flick the switch, the anti-lag comes on, the side lights go off. So there you go. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. 5 seconds out, road mode into stage mode, and the side lights go off. Now it'll be something about saving energy and, you know, making the car more efficient, but there'll be hopefully some engineer out there will say that's exactly what it is, or the reason is. It's caught my eye. It's the first time we've had a shot like this where they've seen them off the line head on. So this is McGonagall's Fiesta. Let's see if it does the same thing. We talk about, there's the Lions of Limerick car, which is very, very distinctive. And I think Joe's car is equally as distinctive.
Yeah. Donegal Perrin, Joseph from Muff, and Kieran from Falcara.
Okay, folks, race is on here. Callum Devine, 6:58.0. Josh Moffat, 6:58.5. So the lead is now 0.8 of a second, Zav.
That's, look, happy days, keep it going. You know, I've yet to meet this fat lady that everybody says is not over the machine sings.
Well, it's not.
It's boding well, you know, nip and tuck the whole way, and it's nip and tuck right down through the top 10 as well.
Did you notice Gary Jennings through that second? So they're coming down the hill here, and it's like a 6 right or a square right, depending on your notes, and then into a square left. Gary actually had a wee jab of the handbrake just to get the car to rotate into the corner.
Yeah, you notice that more with the Fords than possibly you do with the Citroens.
Yeah.
But our erstwhile technical expert in the production unit was giving us lessons on it there in the break, for which we are very grateful.
Johnny Greer's in, 6:59.9, third fastest. It's, they're all within 1 second of each other.
Kevin Howley has sent us in a question. He says, why do you reckon the C3 is now so popular? Josh is in one of the oldest R5s there is in the Hyundai, and he's winning most rounds. I think for me,
I think there's more than that's 2 questions, isn't it?
I think for me, Josh got his Hyundai dialed in extremely well last year. He either won or finished second in any event he did. I think he struggled in Galway with the setup, and of course Galway ice and slippy conditions, but certainly since West Cork, Josh has got his dialed in, and irrespective of how old it is, they'll all be running the latest software and latest additions as well. The C3 is, I believe, a kind of an easier car to drive in terms of how easier it is to turn in than some of the other cars. They're popular, yes, but from what I've been told, ordering a brand new Citroen and getting it delivered in time is very difficult.
Mainly but because it's supply and demand, isn't it?
Yeah.
They are popular not just in Ireland, they're popular all over the place.
Going through there, car number 17, Ryan Lockwood and Chris Melly, and of course, Gary Jennings mentioning Ryan, our first time in an R5 car.
Yeah. No, I was on Rally Azores last weekend, Sav, and I'd see Craig Breen's watching us on social media, and we expected to see Craig, saw him on the Super Special, and then he unfortunately had a bit of a whoopsie on the first stage, but really interesting. The amount of Citroens doing that championship, much more than here. 4 car teams.
Yeah. I mean, this EWRC is great for that, and just keeping in touch. And I mean, when you look at some of the entries in the Portuguese rounds, Spanish rounds, Italian rounds, national rounds, it's just phenomenal. And of course, you know, you have things like the Toyota Yaris Cup in Portugal, Spain, and Italy as well. An unbelievably popular one-week series.
Yes, I'm surprised that something like that hasn't evolved here. Interesting, at the front of the field, Desi Henry, only 6th fastest in that stage. Marion Evans jumps ahead, so a wee swap. Marion's into 3rd, Desi down to 4th. Still nothing in it. I mean, we're talking a handful of seconds here.
So you can see there from our on-screen tracking system, Sport Tracks, leading crews now out of stage 3 on their way to stage 4. I must admit, with Michael, having already covered the stages for Patterson Pace Notes and his description earlier on of stage 4, I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens in stage 4. Tight, twisty. I'm really looking forward to it now.
So Aaron's going very well, fair play to him. He's driving very nicely. Is that Niall Henry on the start line, I think?
Yeah,
Niall dropped a buck at a time in the last stage, and we didn't actually get to find out what the problem was. But I suspected it was a puncture. And really interesting listening to Kevin Eves about the 10-second time penalty. Turns out he's got a co-driver in through a charity auction, and it's so he's never really done a rally at this level, and apparently he's doing a brilliant job.
Niall Henry with Barney Mitchell alongside. Portlanone and Omaha Falcon pairing as we look back to Kevin Eves. Michael was just talking about Kevin. Owen Mallon, I have him down as, and I think I saw that raffle a while back. But as you say, he's doing a great job.
Yep.
And of course, Kevin was really spectacular when we saw him in the opening 2 stages. I mean, if you've seen some of his in-car from the Killarney Historic, my goodness me, talk about grabbing something by the scruff of the neck and throwing it up Ball's Gap.
So production team doing a great job. There's the latest leaderboard on screen for everybody to see. Really interesting that Johnny Greer and Sam Moffat are on exactly the same time, but Johnny gets the nod on the official results. By virtue of being faster on the first stage. Hearing reports that said that Gary giving the car a wee bit of a nudge in the handbrake in front of us. He spun at the first junction by all accounts, so dropped a few seconds.
Well, that would explain his time, yeah.
Yeah.
On a 7:29.1, just enough to lose a few seconds there, all right. Nice time by Cahan McCourt, 7:10.2, just 12 seconds back from Callum Devine. So Cahan and Liam Moynihan getting that C3 sorted after a double drive shaft replacement in service. Wayne Sisson on the start line, and Wayne has next event for the Carnforth driver will be the Manx National. Wayne Sisson and Predator Davies.
Wayne's running the car in what's known as Class 11 in this rally, completely different class structure compared to other tarmac rounds. When you come to Motorsport UK events, they don't have as an expansive range of classes. For instance, there's only one historic class, and talking about the historics, we seem to have lost Tommy O'Connell, who led after the first stage, so Duncan Williams is now leading the historics after the first 2 stages. We'll give you a recap on the modifieds when we get a few more times through. Kevin Eves obviously running first modified in the road, but Jason Black is leading. But here's a man everybody's talking about at the moment, JWRC leader, William Crichton and Liam Regan in the extremely rapid Rally 3 Fiesta. Small engine turbo, 4-wheel drive.
You were saying this morning that you think these 2 stages will suit William much better.
Yes, I really do. I think you'll see William jump 5 or 6 places up the leaderboard after these, providing he has no dramas.
So plenty of people watching us now on Facebook and YouTube, and of course you can Share that if you wish with your friends. The more people know about what we're doing, the better. So we have 4 stages in and around the Cookstown area today, each stage done twice.
And Donegal's PJ McDermott away in his Citroen. Sorry, it's Tom Ford.
PJ on the start line
Yep.
there. PJ dips in and out of rallying, but you'll always see him on the Donegal International, of course. And good to see PJ out. Man from Burt with Alan Harriman in the passenger seat this time. Did the Turkey run and the Jules Donegal International.
So I think this is young Michael McGarty on the line now, isn't it?
Yeah, Michael, who we saw on the opening stage this morning, struggling to get the car turned in.
So a PX64 CVP, I mean everything, obviously all these R5s are X-Works cars, but this would be an early model on a 64 plate, 2014. Michael's really come on the last few months, stepped up the R5 cars. Ulster Rally last year really impressed me for sure. Obviously when you have a daddy who's pretty good. So there's a recap of
What did
the
you say it was,
historics.
CVP?
Yep. PX64 CVP.
PX64 CVP is a ex-Joa Barros and Jorge Henriquez Portuguese car. That was also driven by Ricardo Teodioso. So I've seen a lot of action in Portugal. Colin Quirk and William Brown then used it in the Isle of Man. Aaron McLaughlin has previously driven it, as has Conor McCluskey. Hugh Brunton had it for quite a while. So a car that has seen plenty of running.
What about PX11 AMV, PJ's car?
Well, that is an ex-Dennis Kuiper's car that was also driven by Outanic
Oh, really?
and Abdullah Al-Qasimi, and has also seen use quite extensively in the Middle East, but Charlie Payne and Patrick Walsh have been in it quite a bit as well. For Kenny McKinstry and Sean Topping used it on the Kirkiston stages in 2022. And in case anybody thinks I'm doing that off the top of my head, I'm not.
You have to give them a credit.
God bless EWRC and the subscription. People talk about getting lost on Facebook for hours. I get lost on EWRC.
There's Camillus and Crawford. So Camillus had a bit of a drama on stage 2 where the throttle stuck open. I think it gave him a fair bit of concern, and you would when you've got a 2.4 litre Millington engine under your right foot, 340 odd brake horsepower.
Modified up.
So we're obviously still waiting for a complete picture of the modifieds after this stage, but we've only Kevin Eves through the stage so far, and actually I don't think his time is in quite yet. So John Joe Duggan and Kieran Marin, another modified runner. I think he's just off the leaderboard, if the truth be known.
Yep, John O'Duggan and Kieran Marin. Bit of a
whoopsie there.
Yep.
Just misjudged something and got the braking a wee bit wrong. Cold tires.
second event of the year for Jono. Was out on the Midland Motor stages.
is a time now in for Kevin Eves, 7:24.0. We know Kevin's he's not treating it that seriously this weekend. There's a charity event involved, and a new co-driver who's
car 41 there,
Eddie Doherty
and Tom Murphy, and I got it right this time.
You did, and Eddie's lying 4th overall in the modifieds at the moment. Now, folks, we're pretty much treating the modifieds as the two-wheel drives this weekend. From our point of view, that's what the Tarmac Championship will have. 2 modified classes, Class 11, which includes people like Declan Boyle, cars that don't have anywhere else to fall into because they've been modified in some way. So they've created this Class 11, which is technically the modifieds, but we're going to, from our point of view and the Tarmac Championship, we're looking at the two-wheel drive guys. And here is the current two-wheel drive modified leader, Jason Black.
Jason Black, Carl Egan, 18th overall on the Eurocables Rally, Kirkus early in the year, 11th overall in Galway, 62nd in West Cork.
DFS Digital on the front of the bonnet there, Wesley Patterson's company. Wesley starting to look at maybe getting his own car out shortly.
Good to see Wesley out.
Yeah.
It really would.
Yep. Still not mended completely from his injuries sustained in Galway last year.
Martin Kearns on the start line.
Always has a nice car.
Yep.
Strabane man.
Kearns and Peter
Martin
Ward.
Supplies cars to the trade in Ireland. So Robert Barrable up 1 on the leaderboard. Ryan Loughran into the top 10, 8th overall. Nice time there. Declan Boyle lost a few seconds, and that's why there's a couple of people up the leaderboard and down the leaderboard. Declan only 5 seconds slower, which is neither here nor there. Declan rounding off the top 10 now. Gareth McHale just behind.
John Devlin, Banbridge man, and John McCarthy from Dublin. I was saying earlier, John is a 2019 Motorsport UK Asphalt champion, and previously was renowned for piloting a variety colour of Talbot Sunbeams, and would have rallied them for many, many years, but moved across to the Escort a couple of years ago.
Someone I can't see in the lineup here for no apparent reason is Marty Toner. Marty was right in the hunt of it and the BMW after the first couple of stages, but should have been up next.
Yeah, I think this
Just be Johnny Cargo, is it?
yeah, Johnny Cargo, David McElroy. Johnny out earlier this year on the race and rally stages with David co-driving, 35th overall.
Ollie Benton on the line.
Leading crews are now making their way towards stage 4 with likes of Josh Moffat, Callum Devine very close to the start. if you know the area anyway well at all, if you know Gortavoy Feeds and Farm Supplies, very close to there. And the stage makes its way, loops back in itself, and then out over towards the Galbally Community Centre before making its way towards Gortavoy Bridge, and eventually finishes on the road into Pomeroy. Of course, we were talking earlier about how difficult this stage 4 will be.
So Ollie Benton through in his Den Motorsport Mark II. I think I misidentified JF Shovelin, by the way, and I said it was Johnny Cargo. This is Johnny Cargo on the line. JF Shovelin and Emmett Brosnan actually going very well.
Are you still on me or what?
So Johnny Cargo off and running.
I'm actually way back in the thing. Okay, no problem.
So in the modifieds, time in for Camillus Bradley, 7:40.4 compared to Kevin Aves at a 7:24.0. Wonder has Camillus just being a bit cautious with this throttle issue that he had. Who could blame him?
No, I mean, if you're, you know, if it's jammed up at 3,000 revs, okay, that's not so bad, but then to jam open on full throttle,
Yep,
that's a different ball game altogether.
absolutely.
And he even went as far as saying, you know, we're going to go out to stage 3, and if there's an issue with it or a problem, well then no, we'll just switch it off the call today.
Yeah. Colin Price. Another man with DFS Digital on the front.
Damien Doherty on board alongside him today.
Like London buses, these starlets at the minute. Don't see one for ages, and then a couple of them come together.
Yeah, but that's okay. They're rapid, and they're very, in
They
dry
are.
weather like this, they are very, very, very quick.
So these are the Class 6 cars, by the way, which are slightly smaller engines. This is Gareth Black. Jason's wee brother. Connor Dunlop, co-driving for him. Connor, a great supporter. Connor is the Bath Shack man and supports quite a few people, including Frank Kelly. So Darren Hamill and Marty Hart in their Class 7 Mark II. Just hiding in behind, we can see Barry Morris's Darian, different perspective. 2 inches off the ground. I was saying about Marty Toner, I'm pleased to see he's in the lineup. That's good. Love to hear the BMW. Sounds great.
So stage 4 due to go live around 11 minutes past midday. Darren and Martin were out earlier this year on the Midland Moto stages.
No reason why I don't see stage 4 starting on time. The leading crews are now at the arrival and start line. But we're about to see one of these really rapid Darians off the line. This is a fast car.
And today is a good day for them.
Barry's one of the associate sponsors today, Ramco. You'll see him on our ad reel. Very much appreciative, a bit of local support on the handbrake. That was very nice actually. Good bit of driving there. BMW is also very, very distinctive. Fast as well. Marty's ringing some great times out of this car. Some people saying that cars like this are going to be the future of slightly modified rallying. Affordable, fun, good to watch, great to listen to. Good time in from Eddie Docherty, 7:34.4. Just 10 seconds down on Kevin Eves. Modifieds are getting a bit spread out, so we're not really getting a great picture because Jason Black's running a bit far down the field, and this is Declan McNaughton. Declan, very, very rapid man in the 90s and 2000s, and then took a bit of a step back from the sport. Seems to be coming on the pace today. I think he was just outside the top 6 earlier on after 2 stages. This might be Willie Carey. I think Declan had Carey sponsorship on his car, and I'm pretty sure this is Mr. Carey himself. Carey Flooring, I stand corrected. Carey Cleaning Machines, flooring company. Jimmy Graham in with them. Yep, one on the car in class 6. This is Paddy Hamill and Shane Byrne. And their R5, I think it must be an R5 Plus, because they're running in class 11, and that's where they're putting the modified R5s, which are allowed to run under Motorsport UK rules in this class 11. So a bigger restrictor, a couple of other bits and pieces. Well, it fairly sits up and goes, doesn't it, Sav?
Yep. Pretty sharp off the blocks.
Too many junctions, getting in too tight like that and running over the rocks, you'll get a puncture eventually. Alexander Cochrane, I think. Yep. And Ian Kidd. Ballycastle. Not far off actually getting the first of the historic cars. I can see Ray Breen in the line in the fantastic
He's
Legacy.
got Stuart Luton in with him this weekend. So
Don't mess about, eh?
So there's probably loads of tonics.
I was going to say,
all
yeah,
over the service area.
Yes, one man. If ever Stuart's about, there's. Is it snow cakes or
Tea cakes.
tea cakes? Yeah.
Tea cakes and. I must admit, very nice they are too.
So that's Christian Cochrane as opposed to Alexander. Two Cochranes running alongside each other on the road. This hugely experienced Mickey Conlon, the MC Blinds. As well known a car in Irish rallying as you'll ever see. Monaghan based man. To my surprise, was in West Cork for the first time ever.
Yeah, it was good to see him out.
Yeah. So from being one of the most prolific rally cars to a rarely seen Subaru N16 model. So it's Paul Britton and Graham Henderson. Graham normally sits with Derek McGarty of recent times. Also a couple of years with Stanley Orr recently. Graham's become a very experienced co-driver. So here we are into stage 4.
So you can see an idea of the lie of the stage for stage 4, but we're going to come back and get a listen more than anything else to this boxer engine.
Yep.
And Ray Breen, Stuart Luton in the Subaru Legacy RS. And sound is becoming sadly a bit rarer now in the stages. Alan Ring has an ex-works one that gets seen now and again, but happy days.
Yep.
Happy days. Reminds me of Bertie Fisher and Kenny McKinstry, Colin McRae, Marco Elaine.
We had those fabulous, that opening sequence of historic shots from the Circuit of Ireland and stuff of Colin in the Rothmans Legacy.
Yeah.
92, 91, 92.
92, yeah.
Nearly do yourself an injury there, son. Never mind.
So a great panoramic shot there, and you can see it stayed dry, which is good.
But you can also see the completely different nature of the terrain, the narrow roads. So this stage is now live. Josh is on the stage.
You can just hear in the background there where, even though we have microphones, if you like, protected against the elements, it's still getting through. So very windy up there. You can see the windmills in the background generating electricity. So good day for them running. But Josh Moffat, Callum Devine, Marion Evans in the stage.
Not quite sure where the camera is relative to where the cars are, but to round up, this is developing into as tight a rally as we've known recently. 0.8 of a second separating Callum Devine and Josh Moffat. Callum went half a second quicker on Josh on stage 3. Marion Evans is keeping his hat in the ring. 4th fastest on the stage, where Johnny Greer was 3rd fastest. Marion lies 3rd on a total of 21.01.6, 13.7 off the lead. Desi Henry dropped down 1 place. Marion went up 1 on that stage, but as I say, there was only 0.1 of a second in it, so Desi's literally less than a second behind, 21.02.9. Then it's Johnny Greer, Sam Moffat, Robert Barrable. Ryan Loughran starting to get onto the pace, 7.10.2 compared to Robert Barrable on a 7.08, Sam Moffat in a 7.02. Then Declan Boyle dropped a few seconds on that stage, 10th fastest, 9th overall. And Gareth McHale doing a good job. He's 10th fastest, 11th overall. Gary Jennings, we know, had a half spin and dropped a few seconds down to, where is he now, 11th, just outside the top 10. Then it's Alan Carmichael, and then the first modified, Jason Black. William Crichton, 19th fastest, William Crichton, 727.9. Marty Toner, 15th overall, 2nd modified. Joe McGonigal, PJ McDermott and Kevin Eves, 3rd modified. Probably going to dispute, maybe not going to dispute the 10-second penalty he has. It's now reached the point where it doesn't really matter. He's more than 10 seconds behind the guy in front. So where is Josh? Okay, so Josh is about halfway through the stage now. Can't be far off from our position. I think someone who's prepared to push hard on this stage. There we go. Here's Josh into view. This is a real fast section of the stage, the really only place where it's fast.
I'll quickly jump in there. Shane Collin has asked who won on stage 2. Quickest on stage 2 was Callum Devine on a time of 7 minutes 22.2 seconds. So Marion should be up with us next.
Josh, got the impression, was pushing very, very hard. You know, I suspect Josh has looked at this rally and I can do X, Y, and Z on those 3 stages. But this stage, if I make an effort, I can get 10 seconds on the boys if it works out for me. So here's Marion in the shot. Just looking at some of the social media stuff. We've got a multinational world watching us out here. Robert Duncan from Scotland, Nate from Barbados, Mark Brown's watching from Plymouth, and Louis is watching from Monaghan. So, Callum leading the rally, the blink of an eye. Certainly about 10 seconds up on Marion there. Roughly the same time as Josh. Pardon me.
So Josh nearing the end of the stage now, and comes out onto the road down into Pomeroy before they'll make their way back now to service again at around 1 o'clock. Again, 20 minutes for the cruise.
Callum's through. Bit of a gap now to Johnny on the tracking, but you know, the tracking uses SIM cards, so sometimes it takes it just a few moments to catch up. Johnny into view, looked to be flying to me. So Josh's time's in, 8:58.2. That's the benchmark. So next up, Sam Moffat in the newer Hyundai. Due about now. There he is. So Sam through. Yep, go ahead, Sav.
Go on ahead, Michael.
Oh, so we're just getting reports that Josh has damage and a puncture on that stage. Well, it didn't slow him down. Marion 9:00.5, 2.3 seconds slower. I've always said that Josh has the luck of the Irish some days, and also predicted that this would be the difficult stage. Has Josh got away with it, Sav? What do you reckon?
He probably has, in fairness.
Yep.
You know, as soon as I heard that, I thought, yeah, towards the end of the stage, bit like Lowe, bit like Ogier, everybody sort of saw, aren't they lucky? And I think not necessarily they're skillful enough to make a very quick calculated gamble.
Oh, that was taking a big chance there. Big chance.
But you're talking about taking a chance. Look at the time now in for Callum Devine.
Yeah. If that's all that Josh has lost with the puncture,
he's very lucky.
He's very lucky. Yeah.
It looks as though Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan put a brand new wick and turned it up full going into stage 4. They did a total time of 8 minutes 44.9 seconds. Second quickest, Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes on 8 minutes 58.2, 14.1 seconds quicker were Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan.
By the way, that was Desi Henry, who I took a sharp intake of breath. He really did cut that very high-speed corner, and that's when you do get punctures.
Shane Collins asked me earlier who won stage 2, and I told him it was Callum Devine. He's now asked me who is finishing first overall. And to be honest with you, I'll not know that till 5 o'clock tonight.
Good answer. But you can get results at rallyscore.net.
Yeah.
If you're able to watch us, you're able to get onto rallyscore.net. Report through, looking very solid. Say, Cahan's not taking any chances. This will be a stage where he's going to treat it with a bit of respect.
I mean, the more I look at it, that's a phenomenal time by Callum Devine.
Well, equally is also we know that Josh has had a problem. Had Josh not had the problem, he could have been there as well, probably. So we should have Robert Barrow in the view very soon. Now, it's this right-hander that you can see where they cut. I'm going to ask Sav something out loud. Can I ask what driver you're talking about? We're just seeing somebody having a... Okay, so there's just seen some YouTube action of Frank Kelly's off earlier on. And no, he won't be out in Super Rally, that's for sure. After the next car, I think maybe if we have it, it would be great to let people see how Frank... So next up, we should have Gary Jennings just in the view.
He's motoring on rightly now.
Yeah,
he's got some stage mileage under his belt, into service, a few changes.
So this is Frank Kelly earlier. That's a pretty big shunt, Sav.
That's a fair shunt, but they're both okay, and that's the main thing, to be honest.
And Frank was good enough to respond to our production team when we asked him, was everything all right? And we got the big thumbs up from him. So he'll be telling that story. What goes up must come down. Declan Boyle due in the view. Going on nicely there. Oh, overcooked the junction a wee bit. To be honest, Sav, I think Josh probably would have been on a fairly equal time to Callum, according to our clocks. And he's lost this time. Obviously, he's clipped a rock or something and damaged the car a little bit.
But I mean, the thing was to carry on, and that's what I was saying about making a split decision, weighing up a calculation, saying right to the end of the stage.
Absolutely.
You know, and he holds second place, and you know, not that you wish in anyone, but Callum Devine could just as easily clip a rock later and lose.
Oh,
so
for sure.
All's fair in love and war. So we have a 14.1 second from first to second, and then another 15 seconds further back is Marion Evans, so becoming a little bit spread out, but still only halfway through the rally, still another 4 stages to go, which for those of you who are with us will be a repeat of all the stages you've seen so far. So stage 1 and 5, 2 and 6, 3 and 7, 4 and 8 is the way it runs today, and service after every 2 stages.
So the very pretty little Fiesta of Joe McGonigal should be in the view. There's a recap of the top 5. So if you're just tuning in, Josh and Callum were separated by 0.3 of a second going into this stage, but it seems Josh sustained a bit of damage, puncture, right towards the end of the stage. I think him and Callum probably would have been very close together. Here's Joe McGonigal, lights ablaze. Shiny tar there, Sav.
Yeah. I don't think it's warm enough for it to be melting
No.
today. I don't think they'll have to worry about that.
Alan Carmichael due in. A couple more times in. Cahan McCord, as I said, being quite respectful, 9:13.1. Gary Jennings, 9:16.2. Robert Barrable, 9:08.3. Sam Moffat, 9:04.5. Johnny Greer, man on the move in that stage. Jumps up to fourth, just how tight it is with these guys, nothing separating them at all. Johnny's total 30.05.9, Desi Henry 30.06.6, and Sam Moffat 30.09.0. So they're not getting that spread up for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Robert Barrable's fallen away a little bit, just a tiny little bit.
Well, it's like you were saying earlier, you know, when West Cork, he'd done the event quite a few times and was reasonably content. He knew where he was going.
Yeah.
This is new for a lot of the drivers. And, okay, you know, you mentioned Cahan McCord, but he's done Tyrone stages in the past, Cameron Devine maybe as well, Desi Henry too. But Robert wouldn't have the knowledge, I would think, that some of the rest of them may well have.
Yeah. So Ryan Loughran now, here's a man who was tipped to impress, and he certainly is. He's getting onto the R5 car very well. He was into the bottom end of the top 10, 3 stages. No reason to suggest he's not going to stay there. I have a blue for Niall Henry, I'm afraid to say. About 4 miles in, or 3 miles into the stage. Next car due to approach him is Kevin Eves.
You're saying about how close it is. I mean, if you look at Josh Moffat on an 8:58.2 was second quickest. The next 10 stage times are within 30 seconds. So it's still a fairly tight top 10.
Yeah. Oh, this could be Aaron McLaughlin. Yep. Man out of sequence is Alan Carmichael. Not sure stopped or has a problem. Certainly looks like Niall Henry stopped. Isn't causing a problem because Kevin Eves is way past him. No issues.
So crews make their way from here back towards Cookstown for service, 20-minute service, just shortly before 1 o'clock.
So I've been told that I've just seen 2 things have happened simultaneously just there. Alan Carmichael has gone blue on the tracking system. He was having differential problems on the last stage. It looks like this would be a very hard on the car stage, and it's maybe he's just pulled over. So that's a shame for Alan. He's had a really good run of events recently, and great competitor. That would be an awful shame if he's out of the rally. If it's diffs, I suppose they could, if they get the car recovered, they could maybe get out and have a couple of get a couple of stages. But the rally's so fast moving, Zav, you haven't really got a chance to do that.
No, and I mean, whoops, just looking ahead, if I can get things organised here. I mean, we have the circuit this weekend. I mean, next weekend you've got Rally Nuts and the Moonraker. Then the following weekend you've Croatia and Maiden City. So you wouldn't know what Alan's next event is. So it may well be that may call it a day, or if it's easily repaired, keep going.
Kevin Eves
for Super Rally. With the raffle winner as navigator, who's doing a great job.
trying to think, was he talking about going to Rally Nuts?
I thought I haven't looked at. I actually thought I saw him as an entry.
Yeah, I think he has an entry in for it. So, yep, Alan has definitely stopped, not blocking the stage or anything. So, and equally with Niall Henry, Wayne Sisson, just passing Alan Carmichael now, will be with us very soon. Who's moving and shaking on the times? Gareth McHale, very impressive, 8th fastest, 8:9:10.3. Moves into the top 10, 10th overall now. Cathal McCord obviously at a disadvantage, having dropped 3.5 minutes earlier on with broken drive shafts over the first 2 stages. Still 10th fastest in that stage, but way down the leaderboard. Gary Jennings, a 9:16.2. Joe McGonigal, 9:23.8, 13th fastest, 12th overall. Aaron McLaughlin, 14th fastest, 9:33.3, 13th overall. Just have to listen, don't have to look.
No, you just know. But interesting to see his time now, because he felt himself these 2 stages were going to be better for him, and you suggested that first thing this morning.
Well, he's given away, about 130, 140 brake horsepower to the R5 cars, and equally to any of the modified cars. So to squeeze some of the stage times that he does out of this wee car with 200 odd brake horsepower is very, very impressive.
He appeared at Goodwood last year. There was somebody doing a feature for the FIA on R3 cars, R2, and himself, Chris Ingram, and a couple of others drove on the stage on the Goodwood Festival of Speed rally stage. But William Crichton's car went down really well.
James Ford
and Neil Shanks. Bjorn Lloyd brought his Peugeot up as well. Had a rattle. He did a bit of filming during the lunch hour. But
what's he doing this year?
I don't honestly know. I've seen I saw his name on a couple of events, but I don't think he has a full campaign plan.
Right.
But William came in and he joined myself and Tony Jardine for half an hour and spoke about the Junior World Championship and the events that he'd done and what the plans were, hopefully for this year. And he was very impressive.
Michael McGardy. Garvey. We won't go into the history of the car again. I think we've done that. That's well covered. Well done, Zav.
Yeah, but that's what I say about, you happen to see something on social media and you think, I haven't seen that car for a while, and the next thing into EWRC you go, sure, the next thing an hour and a half passed. But I mean, in fairness, the guy's doing an amazing job, and I think our sport would be much the poorer without it, because now that we no longer have a Martin Holmes who used to keep fastidious records, it probably is the only place to get multiple records. I remember Martin Holmes was the only one when there was a court case reached Oxford Magistrates Court over the legality of a BMW M3 and the history of it either being in Portugal or not in Portugal at any said given time. It was Martin Holmes had photographic evidence of the chassis number of the cars that were in Portugal. So, I mean, Martin's records were unbelievably fastidious, and you want to see its archive. It was something just to drool over. His archive was phenomenal. But sadly, we don't have Martin with us anymore, but it just showed the importance of keeping accurate notes.
Well, we would have worked very closely with him with the Irish end of things. So we would have provided him with everything for the old Pirelli books. And my mother keeps the collection of the Pirelli. We have a full collection of the Pirelli annuals, which going back sort of into the 70s and 80s, Hugh Bishop and Martin put them together. And I remember going to Hugh's house in Salisbury one time, and beautiful old Salisbury townhouse. But it was, you could hardly get through the door. The records of everything and photographs.
Martin's cottage is a bit the same.
Yeah.
And I have a collection of them, but it's just.
He had a way with him. You would think he was being rude when he first spoke to you, but he wasn't. He was just straightforward.
No, he
very nice man.
I got to know him through Rally Sunseeker.
Yes.
And then I got to know him really well. We did become friends. I was so privileged. But the phone would go and you see Martin Holmes. Martin here. What do you know about Cahan McCourt this morning on the Circuit of Ireland and his slow time? What was the cause of that?
Yeah, he's asking
and
all
he
the
put the phone down. That's
it.
So you go away and find it. Martin, 2 drive shaft issues. Thank you.
Yep.
My contact in Japan, I needed for the report in Japan. He was amazing.
Yep. Should have Camillus coming into view here, by the way, folks. As we wander off on other subjects.
Yes.
I can also, Aaron McLaughlin's time in of 9:33.3.
Here we go.
This will suit Camillus this stage. Very precise driver.
Well, it looks very much like his confidence is back in the throttle. That's good.
Nothing wrong with the car now.
No.
Wayne Sisson, 9:51.2. William Crichton, 9:32.7, 15th fastest overall. Up 1 place on the leaderboard.
That's a good goal. That's impressive.
He did a 9:32.7, and just in front of him, Joe McGonigal did a 9:23.8.
Remember that? I don't see tyre choice changing much for the afternoon.
No,
do you?
Don't see it changing at all. The temperature's 9 degrees. Even if it goes up to 12, it's that critical 15, 16 degrees is where you would go.
It's not reached.
It's
It will
not
be
there.
reached. Yeah.
And even if you would get somewhere where the sun's been on the tarmac, there's as much where the sun's not on the tarmac, so you have to go with the.
Oh, it's kind of been flippant when you said shiny tar earlier, but it's not warm enough to start melting it.
No.
It's not warm enough to make it soft, and then sort of, with the tyres being warm, lift the tar off the road. It's not.
No.
It's not going to reach those temperatures today.
That was John O'Duggan, by the way, just through. Eddie Doherty. Not afraid of her anyway. Frank Ray's time in 10:08.0. Wonder did Frank have a wee problem? That's so we've lost Alan Carmichael in this stage and Niall Henry so far, and we know that fighting for the lead of the rally, Josh Moffat's had some issue, puncture for sure, and bodywork damage. Dropped 15 seconds to Callum Devine, which gives Callum a very solid lead now after only being 0.8 of a second. So Jason Black leading the modifieds, but running out of position. He's running down in the early mid-30s probably. Should be running much further up the road. Didn't get to the bottom of why he's running so late this morning. So we're not really able to give you a very accurate modified picture until certainly Jason's through and a couple of other people, John Devlin. I think coming into the picture we're going to have, in the picture is Marty Toner, but Adrian Hetherington, people like this, they're going to start to find their feet. Adrian, first time out in the green car for a year, he said, nearly a year since summertime last year. We have a bit of a gap here. Yeah. So it was Martin Cairns through. John Devlin should be up next. And in reality, it won't be long before the cars are back in service.
No, they're due in about 1 o'clock, but sort of very tight service time. 20 minutes again is all they have.
Okay.
So that means Tony will need to be on her toes to get round the leading crews and probably get a few further down the field before they head out and repeat the opening stage of this morning, Wolf's Hill, for the second run. That is due off at 13:42, and they continue then to do the second run over Mucker at 16 minutes past 2, which the cars will then return to service with 2 stages. But we're about 10 or 15 minutes away now from service at the halfway point of the Milburn Concrete 2023 Circuit of Ireland Rally.
That was John Devlin just through. No, I think, yes, they have a regroup first and then they go into service.
Yeah, on this time, yeah. So get everyone gathered up.
And as far as I can see, at fair play to Cookstown Motor Club and the organising team at this minute, I don't think they are going to utilise the regroup. So if they've allocated 15 or 20 minutes for regroup, they'll get 15 or 20 minutes. They've no time to make up.
Yeah. No, I have to be honest and say everything is, run and carried on very well. The stage is run on time, no delays. Timing has been spot on. Weather has been kind to us.
JF Shovelin should be the next car up. JF in a familiar pole, sideways. John Joe Duggan's time in 9:44.8. Eddie Docherty 9:35.7. There's 2 Class 7 Escorts. Millis 9:55.1. Ollie Benton's in a Class 6 Escort. Interesting to see what his time is. Another car showing blue, unfortunately, seems to be Johnny Cargo and PJ McDermott are both showing blue on the stage.
That's disappointing, man.
I told you this one would
Sort of few, yeah.
like rolling the ball down, a bad shot down a skittle alley, but 1 or 2 are going to fall. So obviously the later crews are still tackling stage 3, and just want to look somebody up. Car 71, Conor Gillespie and Aidan Campbell. In their BMW, they're showing blue on stage 3, unfortunately. Stage is running fine, so they're obviously just pulled up.
So a good example on screen of the tracker. That is stage 4 that you're
That's
looking
what
at
we're
there.
looking at now.
You can see there Loch Ney, and of course the crews then make their way back from the end of stage 4 near Pomeroy back towards Cookstown. So that's going to give you a final look at the tracking at the moment. We're going to take an ad break, get ourselves organised for a brief sojourn into service, and we'll get Tony Kelly to catch up with the leading crews, who's made time, who's dropped time.
If we can get a bit more action in, we can. If we can get some more action in, we will.
Yeah.
But if not, we'll go to service.
Go, go. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up. out up round the easy right 150. Push on up. Go, go. Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
So as you can see, folks, Josh Moffat has arrived in here with a wee bit of damage on the back of the car, so we're just going to see if we can get a quick word straight in. Josh, not ideal to be landing back with a wee bit of damage in the back.
Yeah, no, we just lost the back of the car in a fairly fast 5 left, and it was a downhill section, and the car slid down the road and caught a bale on the back right. So yeah, we weren't sure if there was a damage or puncture. We could hear the wheels scoping for the next few kilometres, so I suppose we were a bit nervous of that, and a few kilometres later we ended up getting a puncture on the front left wheel. So yeah, not an ideal stage for us, but we're still in second at the minute, so it's not all that bad.
It's never too bad whenever you don't lose that much time, but I mean, the nerves probably took a wee whack there.
Yeah, it was more we were just trying to go as fast as we could, and we weren't sure if something was broken or not. And but look, we dropped at probably 12 or 13 seconds, I think, to Callum on that stage. So it's going to be hard to claw that back in these stages. So 4 more to go. We'll see what happens.
And do you find it hard now to keep the focus, or is it just even more focus now at this point?
Yeah, I suppose the guys behind us aren't too far away, so yeah, we need to push on and see what we can do.
Brilliant, Josh. Thank you very much. We'll let you get back in and regroup. Thanks for talking to us. We're actually going to go down here now and head this way and get a quick word with Callum Devine. As you heard from Josh, Callum obviously has a very comfortable lead now, which is ideal, but not ideal for Josh. What we're going to do, which Callum isn't in yet, so we're going to head this way instead, folks, and we're going to get a quick word with Marion. We can hear a few cars coming around now, so I would say that's the rest of the guys arriving in, but you'll bear with us here, folks, as we get as we just figure out who's in and who's not. We're just walking up here now. As you can see, Marion and Jonathan are in here. We'll get Marion as quick as we can before he sits down. Sorry. Still working hard, Jonathan.
Oh, never stops.
Never stops for you. Quick word.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much. We'll get you before you sit down and not interrupt the meal this time. Jonathan, how are you faring? Are you enjoying this event?
I'm enjoying it. You know, it's quite a tough challenge actually. It's very tough on the body as well. You know, the stage is very, very bumpy. So you're concentrating hard, firing it all out, trying to survive at the same time. But no, it's good. We're enjoying it.
Somebody referred to them earlier on. I think it might have been Gary Jennings as car breakers, and it really is. You can feel it in the body whenever you're sitting in the cars, even though you're strapped so tightly.
You know, when the bottom in now, it's just coming up through the car. So it is what it is. Same for everybody. But you know, we'll keep going and enjoying it all the same.
And are you happy with times and everything this morning?
You always want more, don't you? But we'll keep going. We're in third at the minute, so you know, try and put a gap to the boys behind and focus on the boys in front.
And as Josh has proven there already, anything can happen in any type of stage. Like you never know what's next.
That's it. Josh is like a cat, isn't he? He's got 9 lives. yeah. No, it's we'll keep going.
Good man, Jonathan. Thank you for talking to us. Donovan's just getting the guys working hard here in service, but as you see, quite a relaxed atmosphere here, which is brilliant. But everything has to change now because the guys are going back into the first loop of stages that they did this morning. You can see Marion's dad here having a quick look around the car as Marion pops out for a wee chat. Marion, you'll be glad to get back into the service and reset for the next loop.
Yeah, it's a strange one really. I mean, the third stage it's a nice road, but it just felt like there wasn't a hell of a lot of grip in there, less than we expected, so that caught me sort of off guard a bit. But yeah, the last one was okay. I think probably just didn't go wild enough over the bumps or the jumps, you know. But position's not too bad. I mean, we're not gonna win unless anybody has a problem at the end of the day now. But yeah, I think there's a gap between Callum and Josh as well, and we're something similar behinds. But there's a good few boys around us we need to keep an eye on.
We were just saying to Jonathan there as well. I mean, it's very typical rallying, but like Josh has just proven how everything can change within an instant.
Yeah, he got very, very lucky actually. The puncher was one thing, that was right near the end I think, but he wiped out a set of bales halfway through, and I was adamant I was going to see him parked up somewhere, but yeah, got away with it, to be fair. So
how do you find that when you see that type of thing on the stage? Do you find it sort of, you know, it makes you kind of put the head down a wee bit more, or it actually kind of can upset the rhythm because you're thinking too much then about where he is or what could be lying ahead of you, essentially?
Kind of just try and ignore it, to be honest. I mean, see, there was bits of car on the road and stuff, but only superficial stuff. So you know, you get an idea if you're catching people straight away from how the spectators are. So there was none of that, so we knew it was okay. And
what about the setup now? Are you going to change much when you're heading into this different next loop again?
Yeah, change and try and make it a bit more compliant on the bumps, and it's not working the tyres as much as I thought it would be. So I just try and make some changes to help with that. So yeah,
it's all you can do at this point.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's trial and error with rallying, isn't it? Like you come into every service and you think you're going to know exactly what you have to do, but you just don't know until you head out again.
No, and it's getting drier, but it's, I don't know, maybe the heat's not quite there compared to sort of the test we did, but no, it's just not quite where I'd like it to be, but it's still not too bad.
Good man. You wouldn't know what would happen.
No, you never know.
No. Marion, thank you very much for chatting to us. And like that's the thing, we're talking about temperatures here. You know, it's very tricky. Like we've sunglasses on, but the woolly hat is still on as well because it actually, like, there's a wind and it is making things quite cold. So there's not much you can do. Like, it is kind of trial and error when it comes to picking tyres in this kind of weather, because you could have the hardest tyre going, but like if the temperature isn't there to heat them up, the guys aren't going to have the grip on the stages, you know. So nothing you can do. Everybody's in the one boat, but we just have to keep pushing along. We're going to go back and get Sam off it in a wee while if we can, but we want to try and chat to the rally leader here, Callum Devine, and you can see quite the crowd is gathering around Callum's car to see what's going on for the rally leader. I've spotted him here at the back of the car, so we'll get him caught here now and see. He's chatting to fans here, so we'll let him have a minute. There's pictures being taken. It's always great to see the fans enjoying themselves, and that's the beauty about Irish Rally. And if you have a firm favourite, you can get stuck in service and get chatting to them and get seeing them and seeing how their event's going. And that's the joy of Irish Rally, isn't it? It's just, it really is a tight-knit community, and we're all friends here. We're just talking about the tight-knit community within rallying and how nice it is to see fans in the service park. But obviously, when the competition heats up, it's all about the time, isn't it? You're really comfortable now at this stage, I would say.
Well, I would say comfortable now. We knew that that fourth stage, the big stage of the rally, like a lot of driving on it, like a lot of corners after corners and jumps, blind crests, and we kind of knew if we put a bit of work into it, we could put a good time in. So yeah, it worked out all right. And I know Josh got a puncture near the end, which probably might have helped us a wee bit more, you know. But yeah, we're happy.
Are you taking it stage at a time now, Callum? Like, in case sort of the head could go anyway, or do you just focus on winning is all that's in your mind right now?
Pretty much that's it. Flat out, you know, every stage usually. But we'll see now. I know these next two stages are really, really bad compression of trying to watch the car a bit too, you know. But no, look, we'll try and get good stage times, good rhythm, you know. Because as I say, if you let up here at all, you know, you need to be on the edge, you know, all the time. They try and keep the focus, you know. And if you let up at all, then boys just they get a sniff out the bin again, you know, and it'll be down to a couple of seconds again, then down to, you know what I mean. So. And that's not very enjoyable. And how's tyres and things like that, like grip and stuff? Is that all working out well for you here? Yeah, it's good. Hey, we moved to harder Pirelli tyre there that last time around there, and hey, it worked. Hey, we were happy now. Yeah, we're happy now with the tyres and everything, you know, at the minute. Yeah. Sure, when it stays, it's like that there, it's nice, you know. It's class when there's a bit of sun out, isn't it, sir? It is class when there's a wee bit of sun, but it's funny, like you're under a lot more pressure in the car with the heat. You are. You do that, but I'd rather that than jumping on and out getting soaked anyway, you know. trying to put on a fan and see if I can clear the windscreen, you know, too. So I'll not complain too much. Good man. And in terms of this next loop now, is there any of them you're kind of most looking forward to, or are you're enjoying them all? I'm enjoying them all. Hey, they're good stages, really good stages. Hey, very, very, very good stages. So look, this stage now, flat out again and see where we get on and try and just keep the boys at bay. Brilliant, Callum. Thank you very much. We'll let you go and get back in for resetting for the next loop. We're zigzagging through this service area this time, folks. The different cars are in and out at different times and whatnot. So we've actually got Declan Boyle over here now to our right. So we're going to try and get a quick word with him. He's probably still sitting in the car at the moment. So Donovan is probably going to notice the car now and show you just how much detail goes into making sure these cars are worked on with the maximum amount of efficiency in these 20 minutes. So bear with us here now. We'll get Declan Boyle as soon as he jumps out of the car here, and we'll see how his event's going for him. Will we nab Cynthia and Ivan, will we? We'll nab Cynthia and Ivan. All the way from Donegal. You're enjoying these stages today? Absolutely beautiful day. You couldn't beat that sunshine now, could you? That's real rally weather. I'm laughing here because I have the woolly hat on, but I have the sunglasses on too, because it's one of those days where it's freezing but at the same time nice sunshine, but makes it brilliant to watch. Absolutely. We just came out for the day. Just like the old days.
Oh, very much like the old days.
That they are the old days now, folks.
We don't want to remember them as so far ago.
Come here, great to see you all the way from Donegal, and we're going to try and get Declan now whenever he actually has made his way out of the car. As you can see, there's an awful lot of tyres being looked at here. Big discussion. There seems to be a wee nick on the wheel, and he's probably trying to figure out where that came from, or if there's basically if the wheel is safe enough to actually be used again. I would imagine, yeah, and we see the X being drawn. and this is what's so interesting about service. Every service is different for every team and every loop around. So we'll see now if we can get a quick word with the main man. Declan, you're out in the... Oh, we're great. How are you doing? Are you enjoying the polo again this weekend?
Not too bad. I'm enjoying it now. First couple of stages with a couple of wee problems again, but the second loop there now, everything went well. So it's just trying to get better now.
Brilliant. And you were just looking at the wheel there. Was there any wee moment or what caused that damage?
No, well, I didn't even notice it until we came in to regroup there, and somebody said it, but I can't even remember touching it. So I don't know if it was the second stage or the third or the fourth stage. I don't know.
And you're obviously heading in now to the first loop of stages this morning. Any changes or anything to the setup of the car that has to be done for these two?
No, other than when we took off the line this morning, when we launched the car, the fuel pump let us down again, but it's actually the fuel pump that's in the bloody tank. So we lost a good bit of time till probably the first hairpin left. Even coming out of that hairpin left, which is about probably 700 or 800 kilometres into this yards into the stage. But every junction that we came to and every square, she was just lazy taking away.
Yeah.
So we did lose a good bit of time that way. But it seems to be all right there now. The last two stages, hopefully that'll be the way it'll be.
Brilliant. And I mean, this is very much probably a curious question from my end, but like last weekend you were out in the Citroen and now you're in the polo again. Like, how do you compute? How does your mind change from one to the other now this weekend?
Well, we had issues with the Citroen, and to be fair, I don't really want to get into that. But what I did find about it was, car-wise, they are a good car. The gearing, it seems to be different. I definitely like them, and I'll go back again. But listen, there's nothing wrong with the polo either. Callum's driving it there now, and he's leading the rally there, so there's nothing wrong with it.
Exactly. But in terms of how do you switch, are there moments where you're kind of thinking, jeepers, what car am I in? Does that happen?
No, to be fair, the R5s, they're similar, and when you get the seat position right, there's no wild difference.
So it's all the same, basically, as fast as you can go, Declan.
As fast as you can go, exactly, that's it.
Good man. Declan, we'll not hold you back much longer.
Right,
Thank you very much. So there you have it, Declan Boyle, and it's just a really interesting perspective. This is the lovely rally and event sponsor. Mark, are you having a great day out watching?
Oh, yeah, great day. Proud to be a sponsor of the event. Good day out.
Are you missing being out yourself? Normally you're a forestry ace, but tarmac's hard to beat in the sunshine.
We did consider doing the event, but we're out next weekend again, so it just didn't really suit. It was too soon. So, but no, maybe sometime soon we'll be back out on the tar.
Good man. Well, listen, thank you very much for sponsoring the event and giving us all something to be out here for today. That was Mark Donnelly, event sponsor, Milburn Concrete. We're going to see now if we can get a quick chat with Sam. Sorry. And we're going to see where his event's going. I've caught you, Sam.
Yeah, no bother.
Come here, how's your event going now? Are you comfortable? Happy enough with everything?
We've had a few issues in the last days there, car cutting out, so we dropped quite a bit of time in there. We had to stop and reset the master switch and stuff. Just the sort of stage pop-off valve or something like it was going off, and then the fast section over one of the big jumps, just complete
Brilliant. Sam, thank you very much. We'll let you go with that one. So we're going to keep moving here now, folks, and see who we can find further on up. The last time we missed speaking to I was going to say David.
Who is it?
We missed speaking to Johnny Greer, but we obviously caught Niall Burton, so it'll be great now if we can get a quick chat with Johnny. He's going very well today. So just bear with me now, and we will get the next event, or the next driver to tell us about their event and have as much information for you as possible. It's great chatting to everybody to actually get the picture. I know you're all getting the pictures through your screens, obviously from the cameras out in the stage, but it's great to actually see who's actually performing and how they're performing and stuff whenever we're in the service area and chatting to the drivers and the co-drivers, and I suppose the human aspect of the whole thing. The machinery are fascinating, but it's absolutely brilliant to see or to hear how everybody's feeling. So we'll get a quick word with Johnny now if we can. Johnny, great to be halfway through the event now. How's everything going for you so far?
Yeah, it's been alright so far. We've struggled a wee bit on the stage we're about to go and do now, the first one this morning. It's very high speed, a lot of jumps, which isn't really my favourite kind of stage. So, but no, it's over the loop. We've done okay, so we're happy enough. Just keep plugging away at it and see what happens in the afternoon.
You must have enjoyed the last loop there then. So whenever you got all of that tight, twisty, technical stuff.
Yeah, the last stage was a tough one. Like, there was a lot in it. Even though the mileage is the same as the rest of the stages in this rally, it felt about twice as long.
Yeah.
You're just with the amount of slow speed stuff in it. But yeah, the stages we just done there were quite enjoyable. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting another go at them later in the afternoon. But yeah, just have to try and get a better run at this stage now, and hopefully we'll not drop as much time as we did this morning. So that's the plan, really.
And as we saw with Josh earlier, and as we see with every event, like you never know what can happen to anybody else, and then the next thing you're bumped up. And obviously the circuit is just such a special event to everybody.
It is, yeah. There's quite a good battle at the minute with myself and Desi and Sam, so we're quite close. So we can't really afford to sit back. We still have to go and try and put it off sometimes. But yeah, the stages are so tricky too that anything can happen. But hopefully keep the nose clean and just keep at it, and hopefully it all works out.
Good man, Johnny. Thank you very much for chatting to us. We'll see you back in the next loop. We're going to get a quick word now with William Crichton if we can spot him here. I see him. Bear with us, guys. We make our way around to William. William, can we grab a quick word? See how your Circuit of Ireland's going this year. You happy enough?
Yeah, it's very bumpy, so it is, particularly the first two stages this morning. So we're trying to maybe change a few things to make that work. Yeah, we had some issues there in the last stage, so hopefully we'll maybe try and see if we can get it fixed.
Were the issues kind of with the car, or obviously they were with the car, but were they more sort of you could feel them, or was it a very definite thing?
It was a couple of alarms on the dash, so I just flicked the car back into road mode just for a while because I didn't want to risk anything. But it seems okay there back on the road section, so we'll just have to see.
And in terms of Rally Croatia prep, I mean, you can't really have your head in Croatia whenever you're physically driving on these stages, but how do you balance the two whenever you know that one is sort of the bigger goal than the other?
Yeah, just take it rally by rally, really. It's a tricky event here today, and especially everybody with it being a one-day rally, they were flat out from go this morning. So, yeah, look, it's seat time, really. That's the main thing, and it's going well so far. So, yeah, just keep doing what we're doing, and then specific Rally Croatia prep will happen next week.
Good man, William. We'll let you get back to the rest and the re-prep for the next group of stages in this service area. But what we're going to do now, folks, is just take the tiniest wee break so as we can make our way over to the other side of the service park. At that point then we'll be able to chat to the likes of Desi Henry and Catherine McCourt and all those guys. So just bear with us. I'm sure you don't want to be watching me walking, so give us 2 minutes and we'll be back to you with more action.
Go. Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
Welcome back to service. We have Desi Henry here. Desi, you're happy enough with this morning's working now into the afternoon and more?
Yeah, a bit of work to do now this afternoon. There's not much change between third and fifth, I think we're at the minute, but we lost a bit of time the last one. We had a pop-off issue, so I think the car popped off 15 times during the stage. So look, we'll give it another push here now, and we'll be trying for third anyway.
Good man, Desi, thank you very much. As you can see, Paddy Robinson, Desi's co-driver there, was giving us the wee thumbs up for the guys to head off. So that's Desi and Paddy just leaving service now. So it's good to get a quick word with Desi there. Obviously, a wee bit of change in the leaderboard there, but as you heard, he will absolutely be heading for third position. So we're going to make our way over this direction now and see if we can get a quick word with Robert Barrable before he moves off. I see him getting into the car, so we mightn't have too much time, but we'll see what we can get from him. Robert, you're about to head off, but can we get your feedback on those last two stages? What did you think?
Yeah, the stages were lovely. Just we found a small issue with the car that we're going to, hopefully it's fixed now. So the lambda sensor was showing up a fault, so I was just giving it incorrect reading. So we felt a bit of a misfire on stage 4, but I think it'll only just rectify it. But I don't think the change is going to bring us closer to the times. We're kind of out of the race now, so it's a bit just a matter of consolidating the result now and getting going.
And are you enjoying the stages this morning?
Yeah, they're fair. To be fair, them two afternoon are very much different to the first two. So, we got back out to the first two now. Obviously, having two other stages, so it'll give us a bit of a better run. We'd change a few notes from this morning, so we'll give it a rattle and see how we get on now.
Brilliant, good man. Thank you very much, Robert. We'll let you go. We're going to cross the road now here again, and we're going to get a quick word with Kevin Eves if we can. Kevin's flying this morning here. I know it's the afternoon now, but we'll see what Kevin has to say about the rest of his morning so far. We'll let him finish his lunch anyway, and then he'll come over here and have a quick word with us, I would say. Kevin, you'll be glad to get back to a service area again. Now, obviously you'd love a wee bit of peace to eat your lunch, but we are loving hearing the feedback. How's everything going for you now? You're obviously enjoying it this morning. Is the crack still there?
Oh yeah, no, definitely how well enjoyable. We actually, there was just a wee bit of bother with the shock, but it wouldn't have cost any time in the stage. We just had to change one. One was bust, the canister come off and actually trailed the road a wee bit. So but no, they're class stages. So there's some work on it, like, you know, we're at the halfway point and we're nearly have a full rally left again, you know. So, but it's tricky. Like there's a big variation in the stages from bumps to fast stuff. And even them last stages is so dry, but yet it's dusty, you know. It can be slippy in places. So, but enjoying it.
And how do you find the format now, where you've gone from those two different stages, obviously, and heading into two new ones, but you've obviously been on these stages already this morning? Like, does that give you more confidence heading into these two now?
Oh, definitely. Hey, because these first two, to be honest, even the first time round, even on our notes, there would have been a lot of small bumps that we would have marked that I probably didn't expect them to be as big, you know, with the first time round. So we'd have a lot of that stuff tidied up. So hopefully we shouldn't have nothing that should jump out and give us any bother. So, but now it'll be good crack to get a run again.
And with these two, is there any of them that you're preferring particularly now in this loop?
I do actually like this first one here now. I do like the whole end section. I would can always my car would be very good on that choppy, bumpy stuff. So I do always enjoy that. So I think this first one's a very good stage. So we'll see how it goes.
Good man, thank you very much, Kevin. We're going to let you get back to the lunch. That's the pressure we put people under whenever we're trying to get them to finish up what they're eating before they're ready. Eddie, do you mind if we have a quick word to see how you're heading this morning? Are you happy enough with the morning's work and heading into the afternoon now?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we're third in the national there now at the moment, so yeah, happy enough. Looking forward to the last two there now again. They're very good. But no, I think everyone's saying the same. Like, there's no grip, but it's just dust.
Yeah.
But I don't know, looking forward to it.
And in terms of the lack of grip, like, is that kind of cutting confidence or anything, or is it just you just kind of have to remember where it is?
Just kind of have to remember where it is. There's a few scares on 3s and 4s where you're carrying and she snaps, but no. Other than that, it's just like it is what it is. It's the same for everyone there, so looking forward to it.
And is the car feeling good and everything? You're enjoying it all?
Yeah. First time I'd say in 6 months that the car is feeling good. So no, looking forward to it now again.
And I mean, that's one of those things, like when you say like the first time the car feels good in 6 months, but that is like when you can get everything working well in a car, feeling good, and everything inside the car feeling good, that is like, it genuinely is like winning a lotto when you're rallying.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like for probably every one good day you probably have 10 bad days, so no, it's definitely like the grasp like the good days when you have them.
Brilliant. Well, come here, we'll let you go and get prepped for the next one. Thank you very much, Eddie. So as you heard, Eddie's lying third in the national overall. So a very good morning's work for them so far. We're going to see what's up here in the corner. We're going to try and get a quick word if we can. No, we'll let these guys go because they're actually moving. So we're just going to let these guys clear out of the way. Bear with us, folks. Sorry. And then we'll make our way up around the corner again. I'm hoping that Gareth McHale hasn't left yet. He was there a wee while ago whenever we passed this way, but he could be gone. And if he is, what we'll have to do is mosey on through possibly another few seconds of us walking here. And we'll get a quick word then with the Black Brothers. They are around the corner again. So we'll see what they're after sort of late morning, early afternoon was like. And you know, as the guys were saying, this is a big day's rally and it may only be a one-day event, but this is huge. And what we're trying to do is make sure that we get all of the information, you know, and feedback from them. But like when they're in here, they're trying to get their head geared around all of the differences in these stages, getting ready for the next loop around. And the difference is basically like for the car, tyres, simple enough today, but like the cars themselves have to be different for every set of stages here this morning, because as you can hear, they're all such tricky technical stages. But not only that, it's more the fact that all these stages are bumpy, so the setup, suspension setups and things like that all have to be different. So we're here now with the two Black Brothers cars. I can see Gareth is working quite hard there at something, so just bear with me while I try and find Jason here. Donovan will probably stay on the action. So we've just got information that Jason's gone to the tyre lorry, so what we're going to try and do is get a quick word with Gareth if he has a moment, but just bear with us. You're seeing a lot of hard work here, folks. This is genuinely, this is a service. This is what service means. These very valuable moments where you get to possibly just have the car as good as new whenever you're heading out of here again. So we'll see. You're under pressure. I don't want to take too much of your time. How's everything going for you, Gareth?
Yeah, all good, yeah. Climbing up the last a bit now. We're up in the third, but we're a bit of a miss there halfway through the last stage, so just trying to chase plugs here to see does that sorted for the next one. But the race is on.
You think it will sort it, or is it one of those things you will not know until you get out there?
No, until you get out there again, but hoping so.
And now that you've had a wee run over these next two this morning, are you feeling very confident in terms of clawing back time and climbing up the class?
Yeah, well, there's that bit side of you crawl back time, and also you know all the bad bits, so you might slow yourself down in places too. So just take it how it comes, hopefully.
Any of these two that you're actually looking forward to getting back into?
Third one. The third last one, so cheers.
It was a really good one for you?
Yeah, enjoyed it.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. We're going to let you get back at it. And no sign of Jason yet, so what we'll do, folks, is we will we're going to sign off here for a few wee seconds, just so as we can locate another few drivers for you and get more feedback. So we'll hand back to the studio and get the adverts done for a wee while, and then we will be back to you with more action, more interviews, more conversation, and see how everybody's going here this morning. Bear with us.
Go. Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up. Go, go. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
We're back in service here, folks, and we've caught up with Adrian Hetherington. This is just one of the most probably annoying stories of rallying, but very much a rallying story where things are going wrong and it's just painful.
Yeah, at the end of the first stage, we got out to take our helmets and stuff off and stopped the car, and when we went back to start, it wouldn't start. So the boys worked at it for about half an hour at the roadside, but they couldn't find it, so it took them a couple of hours to find it here. So going to go out for the last 4 stages just for a run, you know.
And is it just for runners to get time in the car? Earlier you mentioned that you've kind of been in the historics there a lot, so it's trying to get time in the car.
A wee bit of both, mixture of both. Just get a bit of seat time.
And are you enjoying the stages so far?
Well, I only got the first one. I didn't really enjoy that, no.
Could you feel the issues in the car, or was it just a case of it too hard to bed in?
Oh no, there's nothing wrong with the car. It broke a wee wire in at the ignition switch, and it took us that long to find it that we just run out of time, you know.
So what happened in terms of not enjoying it then?
The stage was very tricky. Those 2 stages out there are very tricky. They're very bumpy and a lot of dips in them and stuff like that.
Yeah. And a lot of people, when they think of that, would sort of think, do you know what, I might just pack it up and head home. But are you trying to, is it just you're just enjoying the crack with a bit of sunshine, or is it that you find it as a driver the challenge is great?
Well, I am heading home. The last 2 stages are beside the house. So we go to Wales most weekends, so when we stage up beside the house, we may as well do it.
You may as well do it, is right. We'll let you go, Adrian. I know you
Right.
were saying that you had to get out. Thanks for talking to us. And it's just, again, one of those stories where it's quite difficult to stomach at times whenever things go wrong with the. Bear with us, folks. We're going to get a quick word here and see with the next driver in. Bear with us, guys. There's just a wee bit of movement going on here, so we're going to see if we can get a quick word now.
How's it going?
How are you?
All good.
Glad to be back.
Glad to be back. Glad to be back, and good weather, so you can't beat it. Dry roads, dry tarmac, and just try and bring it home now, hopefully.
You were just directing Adrian Hetherington out there, and obviously he has a very frustrating story here this morning, but everything's going all right for you?
Yeah, Adrian's had a bit of bad luck, yeah, so he's going to go out now and just have some fun, I think, and we're doing all right. We have a small, tiny problem with an alternator, but the boys will fix it, no problem. So, and then just back out, and then the next 4, and hopefully just home clean and safe. That's the plan.
A very long day's driving here. There's a lot of work in those stages, Ollie.
Definitely, the first 2 are like crazy fast. The 3rd and 4th there, I have to say, I really enjoyed. Really tight and technical. It's a bit of everything. You know, it's good. You got the first 2 real fast stuff, and then the other 2 real technical. It's the last 2 will be a real good decider for them front boys as well. So it's all good.
Good man, Ollie. We'll let you go and get ready to head back out. Thanks for talking to us. So as we were talking there, or as we were watching, we were letting Oliver, that's car number 36, and he was actually helping Adrian Hetherington get reversed out of his parking space. We've got Alexander Corcoran here too, but I can't actually. I'm going to see if I can get a quick word with him in a second, but we're going to head here to the Derry in car number 63, which is Barry Morris. And I mean, just look at this car. Look at the detail in trying to get the thing to even come together again. Such an incredible piece of machinery, really. We're just going to see if we can get a quick word here. we have a quick word? Will you chat to us, Barry?
I'm not a good talker.
You're not delighted about talking, but I would say you're delighted about in those stages today in the Darien.
Aye, the weather helps it. They're reasonably local to us as well. Aye, happy.
Is the car feeling good this morning?
Yeah, it does. Surprisingly, I know it's bumpy, but you still have to hold on, but it's manageable. Yeah.
I mean, the Darien, as I was saying, it is just such an incredible piece of machinery. And I would say the spectators are just so delighted to see you out there.
Yeah, look, they're different. You either love them or hate them type thing. But it's nice to see something different on the stages.
In terms of the stages, you're obviously heading into a different two now. Are you looking forward to these two?
Second pass over them will be a wee bit more comfortable. So, but still, we're only halfway there. You may say.
A long, long day.
Yeah, no, it's by no means over. So, just one stage at a time.
Brilliant. Come here. Thank you very much, Barry. We're very, very happy to be talking to you and seeing this wee car, as I know everybody at home will be. Guys, that's us for this service. We're going to leave you now, and you're going to head back to the stages with the guys in the studio, and we will be back here in a few hours with another few drivers and co-drivers to hear their stories and see what's going on for them on the stages. Thanks for being with us, and we'll see you in a wee while.
Go, flat out up round the easy right 150, push on up.
And welcome back for another session and 4 stages, the remaining 4 stages of the Milburn Concrete 2023 Circuit of Ireland Rally, round 3 of the Tarmac Championship. Round 4, if you're a historic competitor, your event started back at the Killarney Historic in December. We've had 4 really good stages, battles all the way through the field, as you would have heard there with Tony Kelly in service. And at the moment we have a 14.1 second lead for Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan over Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes. A further 15.6 seconds back, Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson. Second run over stage 5, Michael. A different approach to this morning, I would think.
I would think so, now they know. What I'm surprised at is the reports of the bumps. We were talking off air, Andrew Bush and I thought there was a couple of drivers explained it quite well, but some of them give the impression that they're just completely bumpy the whole way. It's only parts of it. It's only towards the end of the first stage, which is really, really bumpy, and towards the end of the second stage, which is now stage 5 and 6 accordingly. They know now, they've found where the limits were before. Yeah. And I think what happened on stage 4 at the front of the field with Josh, the guys who are sort of 4th, 5th, 6th, they're all embroiled in a really tight little battle. Josh is not going to take this lightly. Marion said he's like a cat with 9 lives. Here we are, first car's into the stage, Josh is into the stage, so we should be going to our camera position very shortly. I imagine we're going to see a fight back here from Josh. He knows he got away with this. He thought he had a puncture, then he did get a puncture. The car, rarely do you see a mark on Josh's car. Well, he obviously hit a bale, he says, and the car got away from him. But the first 2 stages aren't so narrow, so they're quite wide and open in places. But we saw the amateur footage from earlier on of Frank Kelly's accident, and it just, when it goes wrong, it's going to be a biggie because they're so high speed.
Look, there's 8 stages, and we've seen people have an opinion on it's not the Circuit of Ireland anymore. And we were talking this morning about last year, Circuit of Ireland, we had 2 stages run a number of times. I mean, Jason Craig has a story in the Belfast Telegraph today that, you know, Josh Moffat has put last year's disappointment behind him. He may well have done, but I totally agree with you. Josh Moffat will firmly believe 14.1 seconds is easy for him to make up, and that's what he will be going out to stage 4.
Well, he's up against Callum, and we know that Callum is, at the moment, is probably his fiercest competitor, and that's nothing against Marion Evans. Callum and Josh over the last couple of weeks, Circuit of Kerry, last year, okay, Callum's just had that week, wasn't quite on the money earlier on than West Cork, but on this rally so far, it's been a cigarette paper, it's been a Rizla paper.
Well, look at West Cork last year in the Fiesta. Callum was leading, going out to the last loop of stages, and then pulled in on the road section.
So engine or gearbox or whatever.
Yeah. So, but Josh will be dialed into taking back. He will look and say, okay, it was in the wet, but Robert Barrable took 30 seconds out of us in 3 stages in West Cork, so you can catch up. So I think, and you know yourself, despite all the interviews and that, there's pride. These guys are driven. I don't mean behind the wheel. When they put when the clock says go, they want to they'd beat their own mother.
I couldn't agree with you more. They're just really, really determined. I mean, this is not disparaging to any of them. Most of these guys don't need to be here. They're here for a reason. Because they're good at it. They're competitive. They can't go to sleep at night without thinking, I'm going to beat him tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And Josh will be sitting there having a cup of tea at lunchtime going, I can get a second here and a second there. And you know what? We weren't pushing that hard over those bumps towards the end of that first stage. I'm flat. I'm going for it. So he'll just turn it on. I can hear a rally car, and it's Josh. Well, that was quite impressive. This is literally what I was saying to you. The second half of the stage gets bumpy.
Yeah.
This is the start of it. Where they turn off this road onto this road, it starts getting a bit bumpy. And he never lifted for anything there.
No, and funnily enough, the bit that we're looking at reminded me a little bit of Slieve Gullion, on the bit when they got the hill about halfway up Slieve Gullion, the narrowness of it. But the thing about it is, they have a 20-minute service. You know, they're in the motorhome, they're in the truck, and they'll be looking at the notes and
They'll be looking
DVD for
at
stages.
they'll
back
be
over it again.
Over and over. And let me see that wee bit again. Let me see that. Now, I know that there is virtually no mobile phone signal where we are. Well, he's not lifting for anything either.
He's not?
So
does he have a puncture?
Have we look at it again? What it was,
I'm not so sure on the back.
What I was going to say is that we're in a bit of a black spot for the tracking, so it's very hard to tell. Pardon me. Josh is back onto the tracking and just going over the finish now, so we should be getting a time very soon for Josh. What I want to have a quick look at is what time he did first time over the stage.
I'm looking at tracking, and I seem to have cars all over the place with no blue, so it's quite confusing. If you're joining us this afternoon and weren't with us earlier, cars running here at 1 minute intervals. It's Callum Devine.
So Callum was fastest on this stage this morning on a 6:27. We're due to get something in from stage 5 very shortly, and Josh has just cleared the stage. So I think Johnny Greer. So yeah, first time in for Josh, 6:24. That's really interesting. So he did a 6:31 or something earlier on.
Yeah.
So he's gone quite a bit faster than this morning. Now there'll be an element of familiarity, but also equally there'll be a bit more dirt and slippiness. So one compensates for the other. I'd say if we see this pattern of 8 to 10 seconds faster, then that's fantastic. That there's a big push on. So Marianne's in 6:27.6. Johnny Greer on lovely. That's Johnny. Yep.
Trying to do too many things at once here.
Now Johnny's just left foot braking, just ever so gently pressing the brake while staying on the throttle. I think the next up we should have Sam Moffat. Well, Josh took 2.5 seconds off Callum, so the lead's down to 11.6 seconds in one stage.
Oh, there we go. So he took...
Sav, we must do something special here.
He took 2 point what off him?
2.5.
Times 4 is 10 seconds.
It's 1.5 seconds short.
Could be in for a very... That gentleman that asked earlier who's finishing first overall, it could be a very tight finish come 5 o'clock.
It's an open book, ladies and gentlemen, at the moment. And, you know, Marianne's staying in the hunt there, all right, 6:27.6.
Good time for Marianne there.
Yep.
Good time for Marianne or Jonathan Johnson.
He's only 0.1 of a second slower than Callum. So they're all pushing. They can all see. See, in theory, Sam's car should be the best car up here.
I think whatever Josh did before last year when they spent time working on it and dialing it in.
But not a flicker of a brake light there from
Sam. Really got him set up last year, first and seconds, any event he did. And okay, Galway wasn't great for him, but they've worked on the car. Tom Gann came up with some good suggestions.
Yes.
And he seems to have dialed into it. Certainly in West Cork on the Sunday, he held off.
Desi Henry should be up next. There he comes.
Yeah, pushing on really well. Johnny Greer in on a 6:31.8 now, which would be 7 seconds from Josh's time of 6:24 dead. So this is a repeat of the opening stage of the day. They will then move on to Mucker. First car due off there at 14:16, so about 20 minutes away.
Sam's time in 6:40.2. Very interesting. Thought he looked a bit quicker than that. That's certainly in that battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's sending them backwards a little bit.
Well, that was what Johnny Greer and Marion was saying, that there's 3 or 4 of them there in a very tight battle. It's almost like we've 2 battles in the top 10. The Josh Moffat, Callum Devine one on their own, and then Marion, Johnny Greer, Sam Moffat, Desi Henry and that.
Well, apparently Johnny Greer's still not sure about the car over the bumps, but Marion on the opposite hand made a few changes to the car apparently, and he's reporting that he's much happier, and in fact, if you can see that, he's got ahead of Desi, and Johnny's dropped back a place, so that's really interesting. Johnny's 6:31.8, Desi 6:29.1, Marion 6:27.6. So if Johnny's not happy with this bit of stage, then equally the last part of the stage 6 is worse than this. It's even bumpier. And it's like really bumpy, Sav, very, very hard, you know, but like one of them test track bumpies. So Robert Barrable, certainly a lot of confidence.
Yep. Desi Henry's rattled in a 6:29.1.
There's 2 things that strike me as the pictures here. As a child, Sav, I remember going on the Circuit of Ireland, being at the end of Carroll Lake, and the wind bushes in full bloom, and thousands of spectators. Well, here we go. The wind bushes are in full bloom.
Yeah.
And we're not thousands of spectators, but boy, there's a few people about.
It's good to see it, because I'm not so sure as many people are aware that rallying does take place, and it's always nice to see the events that hold ceremonial starts in towns and bring it to the people. But it's nice to see the crowds out, in remote areas, meaning they've made the effort to get out and go and watch.
And this is a remote area, and Gary Jennings isn't remotely hanging about.
Cathal McCourt has rattled in a 6:43 dead. Robert Barrable a 6:39.2. And if you're wondering where we're getting this, rallyscore.net, where you will see the results drop in almost as soon as the cars go over the finish line.
And I've just had a really nice text message from Alan Carmichael. I think it's great when the drivers get in touch with you directly. Just, hi Michael, clutch was playing up from the first stage. Then the fuel pump gave up on 4, on way home. I'll watch from there. Cheers. Alan, sorry to hear about your troubles. You gave us good entertainment while you were going. Enjoy the rest of your Easter Saturday. It's no consolation, you should be going over the finish ramp later on. Declan Boyle, another one, pushing on nicely there over the bumps.
We did speak highly of Alan and advised everybody of your British Championship title. Good to see Declan Boyle getting a good run. Tony had a good chat with him in service, and admitted that he was lucky to escape. He had a chunk out of the rim and the tyre stayed upright and inflated.
Irish Rally podcast on one of the social medias. Some afternoon in store. Keep up the good work. Great coverage. Cheers, Kevin. You're right. Some afternoon in store.
Yeah, totally agree. Gary Jennings has just popped in a 6:47.7.
That's pretty good, actually.
Gareth McHale.
Yep, another man really starting to come to terms, getting closer and closer with every stage. He's getting a second here and a second there. That was interesting, a wee confidence break there just from Gareth.
So it's funny, we were talking earlier about the difference, you know, driving WRC cars to R5 cars, and he reiterated that back to Tony, that
yes,
the difference in having to almost learn to drive R5, which seems odd you could learn to drive a car, but the delicacies and foibles of them means that's exactly what you have to do.
I think it's really interesting when you look at the former WRC drivers, in the sense that they had cars. Gary, Declan Boyle,
Tim
McNulty, Gareth McHale. We know they can all win rallies. We know their history is there, without a doubt. This extra little bit, these younger guys now, you could say the exceptions, Josh and Sam, but they drove modern WRCs, as in the 1600 turbos. They never drove. Sam won Donegal in a S14. But that was it, really, wasn't it? It was about the only time.
But Sam and Josh have been lucky, in my humble opinion, in that they had Jerry McGarry in the rear from a very young age. And Jerry McGarry, as we both know, is an extremely intelligent and capable driver coach, as well as an extremely talented engineer. So from a very early age, Sam and Josh have benefited from the relationship with him. I think there's a few others, Aaron McHale, Gareth McHale, Chris Meek, also.
They all came through the Jerry McGarry camp.
Yeah, so there's a lot to be said for that.
I've just had somebody say Alistair Fisher is another one.
Yeah, Alistair Fisher, yes, of course. Who told you that?
Our producer.
Oh, yes. CFAX down the production unit.
CFAX, yeah. The guy with the black and white TV.
Yep. Apparently he's a pretty harmless fella.
I've heard that all right now. The other fella's harmless.
Oh. In case you're wondering what we're talking about, our producer tripped over his wallet during the week and has managed to dislocate his shoulder or break bones in it, so he's running about with his arm in a sling.
He won't be driving his historic Chevette for a while anyway.
No. The entry for the Tour of the Sperns never got as far as getting a stamp on it, even to post it. So
apparently he wouldn't pay for the stamp.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. So, a little bit of a delay now.
Well, we're to have Joe McGonigal, and
he's been Joe. I think Joe went through.
Okay.
We were talking about Gareth McHale still and the difference with the WRC cars. I think Joe's gone through.
It's Aaron McLaughlin. Sort of stuff should suit Aaron quite well. Again, having a wee confidence lift break. I have to say, in relative terms, Josh was the one to make the best improvement over his stage one time there.
And if you remember, he did it in Galway or in West Cork as well. So that's to say, I'm looking forward now to the next three stages, because he will start chipping away at Callum. So Joe McGonigal dropped in a 6:47 something as Kevin Eves goes up using all of the road.
But he openly said, I really like this. The rest of them were going, we don't, we like it. And Kevin's going, I really like the end of that first stage. It suits the Corolla.
Yep, Joe McGonigal has rattled in a 6:47.8. And Gareth McHale has a 6:39.3 to his name. Ryan Loughran has a 6:39.9 to his name.
Who should be up next? Wayne Sisson, maybe?
Interesting.
Yeah, Callum only went 1.2 seconds faster, whereas Josh went 8.5 seconds faster over an 8 mile stage. He was a second a mile faster than his first time over.
Yeah. I think the next run over Mucker is going to be a little bit more defining, I think, with Sisson.
Yep.
And Parador Davies. Wayne's admitted he loves Irish tarmac and of course has an entry in for the Manx National, which is Chris Boyd country.
Yep.
And I've often said the Manx National was I just love the Manx National.
It's no longer the Manx National, it's now the Manx Rally.
It's
renamed.
Yeah, the Friday night and all day Saturday, it was just perfect. William Crichton throwing it in. The traction out to keep the speed through up the hill. Yeah, one of my most favourite events, the Manx National. Was Bertie Fisher a multiple winner there, Kenny McKinstry, Melvin Evans, all won on multiple occasions. Paul Bird, I think, as well.
Well, I was to go over this week coming, but I'm going the week after now, the way things have worked out. Very big rally this year. Very big rally.
It's a great rally. It's hard to explain.
And I know
I love the stages.
I know that a wee shout out for his thanks during the week. Paul McCann from the rally. Paul co-drives with Paul Barrett and Ryan Barrett sometimes, but lives in paediatric nurse in Noble's Hospital. Oh,
James Ford and Neil Shanks.
James getting a bit carried away there.
While we're making mentions, I'll give a shout out to Rick Smith. Rick came out of the Brompton on Thursday of last week, having had open heart surgery. So he is at home watching, and it'd be good to see him back on his feet. Plenty of time for Goodwood Festival of Speed. But remarkable recuperation within on a Thursday, got home on a Thursday, having had the...
I saw the photograph. Ugh, not for me, no.
No, he's on the mend, and that's good. Wayne Sisson on a 7:26.2 in the Mitsubishi Evo Lancer. Aaron McLaughlin on a 6:57.2. Kevin Eves has put in a 6:45.6. So Kevin Eves beating some R5 cars in terms of stage times.
And on the move in the top 10's Declan Boyle here. He was 6th fastest in that stage. Took 6 seconds out of Robert Barrable in front of him and was close to within 2 seconds. So that's a dangling the carrot, isn't it?
It is, but I mean, we were saying early this morning before the first stage, you know, Declan Boyle's had no luck in the last number of events. It'd be good to see him get a good run. And it was interesting when Tony asked him, well, is it difficult when you jump out of the Citroen C3 into the R5? And it was, well, yeah, there was a few issues with that. We'll not go into that right now. So, you know, but in fairness, I don't think that's what Tony was asking him. But
no.
For him to come back with
that.
Well,
she did say no, I meant getting in and out of cars. And he actually explained it really well. He said once you get your seat position right in these R5 cars, they're very similar.
Yeah. So,
so it should be Frank Ray, yep. Frank was on the reserve list and one of the few to get in. Such was the popularity of this event with the competitors. Once word got out that the stages were good and it was going to be what it was going to be, the entries flooded in. So started 120 cars this morning. Not quite sure how many are still running. We know quite a few people who did have issues earlier are able to carry on. Adrian Hetherington being one of them. Be interesting to see Adrian's times. It just even out for a bit of a test effectively in the big yin, as they call it, the big yoke. jumped. I'd say Camillus probably doesn't know the rest of the stage very well, but he probably knows this bit of road okay, because it would be a road you'd get through, come from Draperstown to get the other side of Davie Forest, you know. It would be a road that you would use.
Okay.
And would be a bit of testing would have went on up round here over the years. And
it's not the hardest thing in the world to be testing rally cars in Ireland, north or south.
No. Camillus obviously is Camillus Bradley Motorsport. Specialises in these really nice Mark II Escorts. Just down the road is Den Motorsport, does the same thing. So that's John Joe.
So not far away now from stage 6 going live. Leading crews are at the stage start.
First car's due to start at 14:16. Camillus's time's in 7:05.2. James Ford time 7:00.4. Nice to see Eddie's time as well. Eddie Doherty just passed.
So if you know the Mucker area, the stage starts on the Black Bog Road down midway through and then turns square right onto Rock Road. And stage 6 will be over there shortly.
Adrian Hetherington's been, we know he explained, stopped at the end of the first stage this morning. We had a word with him, Tony had a word with him in service, and it was as simple as a little wire had broken. So that's our modified Class 7 leader, and that's starting to build up. Kevin Eves has closed to within 11 seconds before this stage. So Kevin did a 6:45.6. Really interesting to see what Jason does this time through. Yeah, I was saying that I think they've slotted Adrian in about now, so I think maybe the next car, the car after, Adrian having another go after this one little wire broke apparently in the ignition, and it took them
a while to find it.
Took them all morning to find it, I think.
Yeah. And he wasn't a great fan of the stage. He was telling Tony that he wasn't a great. So at the moment it's Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan that have an 11.6 second lead over Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes, and they're
crowds love him and Frank Kelly.
Yeah, they're entertainers, and I mean that's. I'm not saying the rest of them aren't, but there's a.
So the leading cars are now at the start of stage 6, which is the second run of stage 2.
I can see if you looks like have Britain, Ray Brains, Tommy O'Connell are all showing on that stage, but not running. So that's from earlier.
Right.
So we're probably going to take another car or two at the most from here, and then we are going to wait while our camera crews fire up cameras on stage 6, which is the second running of Mucker, just a tad under 9 miles. As I say, oh, nicely done, John. Yep. Very nicely done.
So that's it. We're going to wrap up from stage 5 and just go to a quick ad break, and then we'll be back with live pictures from stage 6.
Go, go. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
Who's saying that?
Doon Kelly. And you're back with us now. Camera crews on stage 6, junction 10, if you know the layout of the stage. And Josh Moffat, Marion Evans are in the stage as we speak. So we're up and underway.
It'll be 3 or 4 minutes before they get to our location, but don't panic. We're there or thereabouts.
So this stage is west of Cookstown. They complete this in clockwise format and then make their way back into the pits on the Cookstown 100 service area, where they'll get another 20 minutes before we go out for the final 2 stages of the day, which is a rerun of stage 4. Stage 3 and 4. So at the moment, Callum Devine 11.6 seconds ahead of Josh Moffat. Marion Evans in 3rd. Desi Henry has moved into 4th, with Johnny Greer now dropping into 5th. And
we've got a time through for Jason yet on stage 5. We don't. Yes, we have. Very interesting. Jason did a 6:51.1, Kevin Eves did a 6:45.6, which leaves them just under 6 seconds, 5.9 seconds apart. So the modified battle is just like the battle at the front, really, really hotting up. And again, what a great sight to see. So many spectators out on this Circuit of Ireland rally, Milburn Concrete sponsored. And great to see the sponsor in the service area with
yeah, Tony and Bobby.
Bringing on young Mark Donnelly, and well, he was young Mark Donnelly a few years ago. He's Daddy Mark Donnelly now.
Yeah.
Oh yes, of course. I remember here when I was doing an early recce. I turned into this road and they were freshly resurfacing it, so you can see the new surface. It's towards the end of this road actually, which gets really, really bumpy, and then what the drivers are complaining about is how bumpy it is towards the end. Well, this is where it sort of starts. I think Josh is about 30 seconds away, if not sooner, so we'll just wait and see. And this is a classic Josh Moffat turn hairpin left. There's a little bit of gravel you can see from earlier on. A little bit of rubber laid down on the new tarmac. Here's Josh coming into view. And you can see the new tar. Josh went past there at about 45, 46 on the clock. Big race on now to the finish. No. Can't actually see Marion on the tracking at the moment, but sketchy phone coverage in these areas. We're very rural. Here's Marion popping into view. Absolutely flat out, and then heavy braking, turn the hairpin left. Neat and tidy.
So thankfully the rain has held off, hasn't it?
Well, what was it Callum Devine said earlier? Yeah, I just hate getting in and out of the rain. It doesn't bother me when I'm in the car, it's getting in and out of the car. So in the modifieds after stage 5, we've got quite a few of the modifieds through. Jason Black still holds, but his lead is now reduced to 5.9 seconds by Kevin Eves with his charity winning co-driver in for the day. Now, Callum, let's see where you're at. Bit of understeer, but no nonsense. I think it's on a very similar time to Josh. Eddie Doherty's going really well in third in the modifieds. He's third. Barry Morris in Darien is up to fourth. John Joe Duggan is fifth in the modifieds. Camillus Bradley sixth. JF Shovlin seventh. And Adrian set a time of 7:18.0, but we know he's in Super Rally, so his 7:18.0 compared to Kevin Eves 6:45.6. I'd say Adrian's just having a bit of fun. Johnny Greer. Very good. I don't think it will be long before we'll get a time for Josh in for this first stage. 7, pardon me, 15.1. Interestingly, he did a 18.7 the last time, so not quite as good an improvement as he did over stage 5, but equally so, still a 3.5 second.
Marion's time's in there as
faster.
well.
So Marion's done what? 7:21.2. It's Callum, really, isn't it, that we're looking
really
for?
does.
No disrespect to Marion. Marion's having a really good rally, but he's now, I think he's playing a percentage game in West Cork. Ah, that's interesting. Sam. No, it is Sam due now. Yeah. Sam, nice, neat, tidy.
You know, if I was Callum, if Callum matches Josh's time or maybe betters it by a second, that would be good enough for me. You know.
Yeah.
Just to stop that.
Stop the rot, effectively.
Well, to halt, if you like, Josh's charge. .0 for Callum.
Reduces the lead to what?
9.7.
Okay.
It's nice.
Not enough. 9.7.
So 4.35 seconds over the next two stages, and each stage Josh needs to. It's going to be another tight finish, isn't it? If this keeps up.
Yeah, I mean, Josh was considerably on the first run over this stage. Josh was 4 seconds quicker than Callum. He's only 2 seconds quicker, so Josh improved his time by 2.5 seconds, whereas Callum has improved his time by 5 seconds. So more than what Josh did. Sorry, somebody's just telling me somebody's got a puncture. Good to clarify.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I think that kind of.
Well, he's about 2 miles from the end of the stage. He's made the decision to drive on it.
Their end of Desi's good day.
Yep. That's a shame. But we saw with earlier on with Declan Boyle, a huge chunk out of the wheel, and he didn't even know where he did it.
Yeah.
And so you just sometimes you get the luck of the draw, don't you?
Well, that's what they were saying. That's what Marion Evans saying that Josh Moffat had the captain 9 lives, but you know, you make your luck as well.
Yes.
So
Captain McCourt through. Desi was really just to get a result.
Yeah.
It's going to knock him out of the race. He'll drop 30 seconds probably, but
Sam in on a 7:24.9. 5th fastest over the stage.
Callum and Josh have moved the goalpost for everybody again, haven't they?
Yeah. A gentleman up there on the screen who's obviously got a very good vantage point. Barrel and Gordon Noble, nice neat turn in, power down and away.
Next up should be Gary Jennings. In the Go Back Fiesta. Minus 4 bags of coal apparently.
Yes, earlier on this morning explaining the weight difference between the Mark II R5 and the earlier version that he had up until this event.
And there's the latest after stage 6, top 5 overall. Divine. Josh has closed to 9.7 seconds now. We've got 2 stages to go. 17 stage miles off the top of my head. These two guys, this seems to work out like this. It's not necessarily always Callum, but it's always Josh who's involved in it.
Yeah, no.
Another man, certainly Declan Boyle is a guy who's on the move, gaining more and more confidence.
Well, no, I'm pleased because he deserves it. I mean, he's had horrendous luck over the last 30 years, so it's nice to see him get a good, steady run.
So, Desi Henry, oh, disaster. Drops a minute with the puncture, but at least it isn't 3 minutes. So I'm just going to do a bit of jiggery-pokery here and go back to the last stage and look at where Desi was, plus 1 minute. We'll put him on 37.35. We'll put him down to about 10th overall. So
that's not good.
After fighting for 4th and 5th, and he was, well, 1.5 seconds, but that's what happens when you're pushing to the limit. Cathal McCourt in on a 7.33. Robert Barrable 7.34.3. This is Gareth McHale. Next up should be Joe McGonigal. Thought he would have been in view by now.
Yeah.
So we're hearing reports after having such a great step up to the R5 is Ryan Loughran. We'll see Joe through first and then we'll give you an update on Ryan. Through well. Apparently Ryan's stuck in a ditch. We hear a report on social media. He's still green, but we'll look if he goes blue. Seem to have a bit of a gap here where Aaron McLaughlin is the next car due, but I wouldn't be surprised if Frank Ray turns up first. Yeah, Desi's time's in and he's... Well, he's dropped to 8th, but who's
really
to come...
dropped a minute.
Yeah, he's dropped a minute, so who's to come in front of him? Well, one of the people to come in front of him was Ryan Loughran. And we know Ryan has now gone blue. Yeah, stuck in a ditch. You know, ironically, just looking at Desi, such was his early pace that even dropping a minute, he's now only 10 seconds. He's 10 seconds behind Robert Barrable. So he made absolutely the right decision to carry on, and this is Aaron. Quite a bit of understeer through that corner in the Fiesta. This is one of the things that... It's a trait of the Fiesta, something to do with the diffs and the plates and stuff that they don't turn in as well as the Polo or the Hyundai, or even the Citroen by all accounts. Hence you see Gary Jennings quite often just having a wee touch of the handbrake to get him to turn in. So according to my reckoning, Kevin Eves should be next. Kevin on a mission. He can see the modified win here. Even though he's had 0 points so far this year, despite leading both Galway and West Cork. Yeah, with Ryan Loughran out, I think Desi's probably going to stay 8th and then have a race with Barrable for 7th.
Well,
and possibly even Declan Boyle for 6th. Providing he hasn't done any damage to the car.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the good thing is that he's now on his way into service, so if he gets a change, then you can always double check that.
So somebody I did notice, well, I didn't notice him, but that doesn't mean to say what didn't come through. And it's okay, I do see him, he's on the tracker, is Frank Gray, running a couple of cars behind. Wayne Sisson due next. Wayne's running in Class 11, which is the class for cars like X Group N cars that you put a sequential gearbox in and a bigger restrictor. So you can see from the stage times it's a pretty effective car.
It's a very effective car, I have to say.
It just doesn't have a home the way it used to. It's a bit out in no man's land as an individual car on a rally like this. If there was a 6R4 doing the rally, the 6R4 would be in that class.
Yeah. It's kind of confusing.
It is kind of confusing, yeah.
And I think the best way just to do it is lump all the two-wheel drives together, four-wheel drives, just try and simplify it.
Well, certainly Irish rallying's got very complicated over the years. We're now up to 20 classical. William Crichton flying as usual. Did say he had a few issues on stage 4 where he had some lights come on the dashboard, and these modern cars, when that happens, you have to obey the management instructions basically. So in theory James Ford should be next. James got a bit leery at the last junction we were at.
So leading crews, now that have completed the stage, making their way back towards the service area, which is utilised as part of the Clifton 100 motorcycle road racing pits, where it'll be interesting to hear Tony catch up with Callum Devine and Josh Moffat and get their impressions of one trying to protect the lead and the other chipping away at the lead as to what the plans are for the last two stages of the day. James Ford and Neil Shanks into view.
Kevin Eves, time of 7:42.4. Aaron McLaughlin 7:54.2. Joe McGonigal 7:49.8. Gary Jennings 7:41.4. Kevin Eves was 11th fastest overall on that stage in a two-wheel drive car. It's Michael McGarty. Letting the car do the work for him. And I said Frank Ray. Frank Ray's gone blue. We were expecting Frank next, and he's gone blue about a mile before our location. I'm afraid to report. Let's just hope it's nothing untoward. So the next car due on Frank Ray's location is Camillus Bradley, and then Eddie Doherty. The one potential disadvantage that Jason Black has, if there is a stage interruption and Kevin Eves is running so far up the road, the stage interrupted time will be very negative for him because he's running so far back. So if the stage were to be interrupted now, he could be getting a time. Oh, goodness knows.
Like Wayne Sissons?
Yeah.
Well, that's an 816.9.
Whereas Kevin's done a 742.4. I don't think there is going to be a problem, by the way, because Camillus Bradley has passed Frank Ray's car. But it would be a worry between now and the end of the rally when you get India embroiled in a race like that, but you're out of position on the road. You run the risk of an interruption.
So people from Australia, Sweden, Norway, watching what we're up to.
Fantastic.
Here we go.
Camillus and Crawford Henderson. Crawford, local businessman in Coleraine, Ballymoney, etc.
A few spar shops.
But he's also a few solo fuel stations, and arranged for Solo to be one of the associate sponsors this weekend. So, local company in Cookstown.
Also involved in the Tour of the Sperrins as well, isn't he?
Yep, Crawford's the man behind the scene. He's not the clerk of the course, but he would be very much the man who would plan the route. Hugely experienced co-driver. Plans the route, does the safety plan. Did this first safety plan about 3 years ago and phoned me and says, I'll never ever do that again. Well, he's done about 4 since then, so keep sticking his hand up.
Well, I know that he was in touch with
You're buzzing away there.
An old,
You're buzzing away.
Old colleague of mine, David Walton, who is
as in Dave Boy,
who's watching Liddon Hill, where he is on duty for the Motorsport UK at Liddon Hill, which is the opening round of the British Rallycross Championship today.
There's an irony. We're talking about Crawford Henderson, and I believe, off the top of my head, that Dave Walton is the MSA safety delegate for the Tour of the Sperrins.
It's not by accident I mentioned it. Let me tell you. But speaking of Liddon Hill, I mean, Ollie O'Donovan used to be a fairly regular in the Irish Tarmac Championship. Has kind of concentrated on rallycross over the last number of years. 2 heats today on Ollie's line, 3rd overall in the Proton Iriz. First Iriz in rallycross, and his son Patrick, current British champion, is fastest after 2 heats. So
here's a man going really well today, Eddie Doherty. I think he's driving really well. Fair play to him.
I think Eddie's having a good day, and I'll tell you who else is impressive for me anyway is John Devlin. John's having a very good run.
Yep.
We should be seeing John fairly soon.
Well, we've hopefully got Jason Black up next, then Adrian, then Martin Cairns, and then John Devlin. So we've got a good mix of. We've got the big race on for the modifieds with Jason. So he'll be pushing that. We're lifting the wheel. He is pushing. He knows that Kevin Eves is just chipping away at his lead. McGardy in on a 7:53.0. James Ford on an 8:05.4.
Crichton 7:47. Dead. 30 seconds. Question for you here from Alex Agnew, Michael. Anything on Mark Faulkner?
Mark Faulkner. He's not doing the rally, is he? By the way, I think Mark Faulkner's a great wee driver. Rally's a micro, and would be involved in the MG Car Club. We have a couple of old MGs, and I don't know what he's up to at the moment, to be honest. Here's Adrian coming into view.
Yeah, he'd be happy now to get a couple of runs out this afternoon. And speaking of micros, I was looking at the entries to date for the May Day rally, St Angelo I think it is, and you were talking earlier about Dave Moynihan. See, Dave's entered in a Nissan Micro to do the event.
You see, it's a bank holiday, isn't it?
Yeah.
And of course, David lives in Fermanagh.
He does, yeah.
And it's, why not? I'm not sure whose micro it is. I'm sure I could find out pretty easily, but
they're taking off. I mean, you have the micro challenge for those people who aren't aware. The micro challenge here is reinvigorated with some really, really experienced rally people behind it.
Well, Stephen Whitford would be the man behind it, and I think he proved everybody wrong. So this is Martin Cairns. Let the car do the work. Where on the previous round at Bishop's Court, this is really hard to believe. Stevie Whitford in a Nissan Micra was the first two-wheel drive car home.
Yeah.
Not first front-wheel drive, well, she was. First two-wheel drive.
Yeah, he was sitting. And I mean, it's great when you see some of the footage on social media. It's really good. There's 5 or 6 cars now in the championship, and it is gaining pace rapidly. So it's good to see something like that back in again, just for the sheer enjoyment of the sport.
I thought Barry Meek would have done the rally in his today, but instead Barry's out in the Orion, which we haven't had an opportunity to see today, just because of the fast and furious nature of the speed the rally's moving at today. It's seated at 90 in the Orion, which is and that'll be good fun, I would think.
A car that Barry McGuigan drove.
So, is that John Devlin?
Yeah. Yep. Stevie Dowd sitting with him.
Stevie Dowd is sitting with him, yep.
Yeah, I think his brother Petey has a micro as well. So
yes, and they were probably going to do this together, and then Barry asked Stevie to co-drive, and Pete's like, I can't get a co-driver. So Pete's a colourful character, but one of the things that he does that people don't realise is he arranges the
food and stuff.
Yeah,
catering.
but the logistics of the Formula One trucks on back-to-back races, where they've 2 races on 2 consecutive weekends, he arranges to get the trucks moved because it's the one time that the drivers have to be replaced because of the tacos.
Yeah.
And he organises like 100 and whatever drivers to go and move all these trucks around Europe. So JF shoveling. Oh, very nice. Man enjoying his rally in there today. Emmett Brosnan sitting in today. Regular class winner on the National Rally Championship. So Ollie Benton, who I think is leading Class 6 on this rally. So that's the 2-litre cars as opposed to the 2.4s and 2.5s. Ollie travels over, flies over from England to do the rounds of the Tarmac Championship, keep the car at Den Motorsport when they're at home in Oxfordshire, I think. They have a little Forest car that they go off and do, him and his father go off and do forestry rallies in Scotland, Wales, England. Getting a wee bit spread out here.
It is just a little.
Ollie due into shot any time now. So Jason Black did a 7:45.2. Kevin Eaves is 7:42.4. The 4:19.22. So the lead of the modified's down to 3.1 seconds.
That's a good close battle.
Two big races going on. 9.7 and at the front. We'll remind everybody Josh Moffat had a bit of an off and then got a puncture. Maybe lost concentration, thought he had a puncture, then actually did get a puncture later on in the stage. Dropped approximately 15 seconds. It was only 0.3 of a second between it. He's battled back over the last two stages to reduce 19 seconds down to 9.7. 2 stages to go. Once again, a Circuit of Ireland going down to the wire at the moment. Colin Price due next in his little starlet. Another man driving very well today. But a few gaps starting to appear just as the retirements become more and more apparent. Colin should be due in the next 10 seconds or so.
Looking through the retirements, George Robinson, Adrian Murdoch have retired at the regroup in their Fiesta R5. Colin O'Rourke and Callum Maguire have retired their Skoda Fabia in the regroup as well. Frank Kelly and Lauren Kelly we know about went off earlier on. Cruz OK, PJ McDermott and Alan Harriman. As we just PJ McDermott, Alan Harriman off-road on special stage 4. Damien Toner and Owen Gallagher off mechanical issues on stage 1.
Yep.
We know about Alan Carmichael and Arthur Kieran's, they were on stage 4. Niall Henry, Barney Mitchell, stage 4 as well. Rear end damage, and Jason Mitchell, Paddy McCrudden are shown as retired stage 2 with a fuel issue.
Yeah, they ran out of it. There must have been some problem when he did the interview. You know, he said, look, with 45 litres, and then suddenly we only had 8. I remember doing a Cambrian rally with Mad Mick Jones in the Mitsubishi Starion Turbo, and we were going really well. We were first, second or third overall in the 2-wheel drive car, but there was something wrong with the fuel, and it was like filled it full of fuel, but there was something wrong with the car, and it was just a turbo fault. It was just, we had to retire from the rally. We ran out of fuel, and it was filled to the brim, and it was just a turbo issue. Just pouring fuel straight into the turbo.
Eating it.
Aye. So it happens.
I remember, it's quite funny, many years ago I worked in England on Jaguars when the XJ40 came out, and after about 3 or 4 months they were starting to have real problems with them.
Mm-hmm.
Customers, the AA, RIC involved, saying, I filled my car up at the service, I've gone 6 miles down the road, and it stopped. And to cut a long story short, the venting system on the tank was incorrectly designed and the tanks were imploding.
Getting smaller and smaller?
Yeah, they were being sucked in because they couldn't vent. So the tanks imploded. People were going and sticking in 20 quids worth of fuel, saying it was full up. They get up the road and there's no fuel. The number of petrol tanks we changed on the cars way back then was unbelievable. But,
it's not like well, they were sort of like a half, would they something to do with TWR and...
Yeah, they were a saloon, a big luxury. It was the car that saved them. But, I mean, it was amazing to see. Like, the tanks were probably 4 foot wide, 2 foot square, but if you got an unloaded one, it was 4 foot wide, but about 6 inches high when the time of it, you know.
I think Gareth Black has possibly been and gone here and we didn't see him. Now, we do seem to have a bigger gap. The stage is still live, but...
It's very difficult to actually tell from the tracking in terms of who's on stage and who has retired from earlier. Some of the cars are actually showing green as though they're live.
Yes. Well, Declan McNaughton's on the stage, Barry Morris is on the stage, Gareth Black is about to go onto the bumpy road.
You're getting the same as me,
yeah. But Barry Morris isn't moving at the moment, but that could be just a refresh thing with the SIM card, so...
Yeah, we were saying that the signal up there is very sketchy in terms of 2, 3 and 4G.
Oh, it's really rural Sperrins. I mean, it's a beautiful part of the world. Very, very... It wouldn't be on the tourist trail, but if anybody knows about it, it's a lovely place to go and visit, so...
So, what we're going to do is we're going to get the cameras fired up in service and get Tony Kelly back on board so we can wheel her in to have a chat with Josh Moffat.
Wheel her in?
Yeah, we're going to get her in there.
Like in a wheelie bin?
Yeah, yeah. Get her in to have a chat with Callum Devine. He has been chased down by Josh Moffat, and we'll get his opinion or both opinions and who's chasing who and what the plan is for the last 2 stages of the day, which is reruns of stage 3 and 4 from this morning, which is the Hollow and Shanmagri. Yep. And so about 18 and a half stage miles of the Milburn Concrete Circuit of Ireland 2023 left once they leave this last service, and get an idea from the leading crews what their plans are for the last 2 stages of the day. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. We're honestly going to go and put the kettle on, and maybe you do the same and come back and join us in a few minutes from service.
Go, go. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
Welcome back to service here in Cookstown. As you can see, Josh has just pulled in to his service space, and we're going to give him a quick minute here while he chats to the guys to see what's going on with the car, and we will do as much asking questions as we possibly can here and just see how Josh's afternoon went after that. He'll be happy to get back into service after that loop, I would imagine. Bear with us, guys. We're just going to get Josh as soon as we can here. Josh, if we're seeing a wee smile there, are you happy enough?
Yeah, well, it's going better than the last loop there, but yeah, I suppose we pulled a bit back there in Callum, but it's still nearly 10 seconds the gap, so it's going to be pretty hard over the next 2 stages. But look, we'll give it a go and see what happens.
Do you think is the 10 seconds doable, or after the kind of the scare on the last loop on this or the last run around this loop that it could be in the back of your head?
Yeah, no, I'm not too worried about that. It's just like Callum's obviously going to be going hard, and to try and take 10 seconds out of somebody over 2 stages is going to be next to impossible. But look, we'll give it a go, and you never know what happens.
And in terms of making that decision, do you find it harder here, or which would you be concentrating on now, winning the event or the championship points?
Yeah, I don't really think about either. I just think about going as hard as I can.
That's the best crack?
Yep. So.
Good man. And everything feeling good on that last loop around you?
Yeah, no, we were well concentrated and pushed hard, so yeah, it went good.
Brilliant, good man. Thank you very much, Josh. We're going to let you away, and we'll make our way down to event leader, Callum Devine, and we'll just see what information Callum has for us. As you see there, Josh was quite happy with that loop round, so always a wee bit off-putting whenever you have a moment, but yeah, it takes a wee second to bed into everything, and he's there now. So 10 seconds, not a lot of time, but a huge amount of time to try and claw back in 2 stages. So we'll see now what Callum has to say and what he's going to do in this last loop, or where his head's at. Bear with us as we try and suss him out here. Callum, what a day. You must be very happy.
I could be happier always, but no, we're happy enough there at the minute. Josh pushing hard there, so he is trying to keep us honest there and take a bit of time. Not giving it to his hand there as usual, but
he mentioned that it would be very hard to take the 10 seconds back on the 2 stages that you have left, but how do you feel approaching the last 2 of the day like?
Yeah, we're just going to have to keep the toe on it, like, as I say. Look, we'd rather have I think it's 9 seconds. We'd rather have the 9 seconds than not have it, to be honest. So, look, we just have to keep the head down and keep pushing on, and that's all we can do.
And obviously you've had a run around these stages already, so is there more confidence heading in now, or is it all just feeling the same at this stage? Get it back?
Kind of feels the same, to be fair. We were having good run. We had good runs over them the first time as well. So yeah, look, it just really depends. We have to keep trying to improve and be tidy, obviously, because our man's going to be pushing hard and looking for them wee bits, where he can improve, So yeah,
a big day's work, to be fair.
A big day's work. It's a long day, as I say, and the final stage of the rally is the biggest stage, so it's just not over till it's over, I suppose.
No, but you'll be pushing to just make it all happen for that last one round.
I will most definitely try.
Good man, Callum, thank you very much. So that's Callum Devine, and you can see, the tensions have to be rising at this point, because he's got 2 stages left, but anything can happen in these 2 stages. And we met everybody this morning in Park Fermi, and there's excitement in the air, because anything could happen at the start of the day. But when it gets to this stage and you've only got 2 stages left, and as the boys say, they're not the longest stages in the world. They're not short now, but they're not the longest. So any wee miss at all, and the whole thing is just gone from under you. So the tension definitely builds at this late stage of the day, and it is the Circuit of Ireland. Everybody wants their name on that trophy, so they're all going to be working hard. We are going to get a quick word now with Marion, hopefully. As you can see, the car's up on the stands and everybody's working hard. And I would say we'll find the guys in the truck here, so we'll see if we can get a quick word, not disturb them too much.
You want to see me?
Always, Team talk. 2 wee seconds to wait here, and then Marion will be out to talk with us. As you can see, folks, all these minutes in service matter. have Melbourne coming out now, so Marion should be out in a few seconds to chat with us.
Thanks, Marion.
Marion, you'll be glad to get these next two over you.
It'd be nice to get to the end, yeah. A bit of work to do yet, though. We've felt a lot nicer that loop, to be honest. The first one was a big improvement compared to everyone else. You know, the time we were like 10 faster than our first pass, and most of the other boys were like 4 or 5. So yeah, just the car felt a lot better on the bumps. The second one I was a bit sort of surprised. I thought we'd have been a bit quicker again. You know, the feeling was much better. But no, look, got a clean run through these next two. Hopefully we can hold on to third at least.
Yeah, and I mean sometimes it just goes to show you that the car can feel an awful lot faster than it is, but then the times aren't matching, you know, or basically the first time round you were much quicker than you thought you were.
Yeah, my arms felt like it come out of a boxing match this morning, to be honest. At first one, we're getting pulled all over the place with it, but no, it was nice. You know, even the little bumps and compressions you weren't feeling them was so bad. So it's nice that we did something right anyway.
And I mean, obviously, in terms of the championship, like, I mean, third place, you obviously want to be at the top of the field and winning the event, but like in terms of championship points, this is very valuable.
Yeah, exactly. And we, you know, ideally we need to be on the podium at least. So yeah, if Callum wins as well, it kind of blows it wide open again. So yeah, I mean, it's good for the championship the way it is, but I'm sure those boys will go at it. Now there's a lot of time in that last stage, as you saw, you know, this morning they both went for it, and Josh made a mistake, and you know, Callum took a good bit off us, to be fair to him. I think most of the time he's got on us has been in two stages today. The first one where we didn't get quite right, and that fourth one where he probably just took more risk than us. So yeah, look, we'll just keep going as we are.
Good man, thank you very much, Marion. Best of luck for the next two, and we'll see you soon enough. I'm going to jump onto the camera here and make our way out of the service area for Marion and head over here to the right hand side. Sorry, you're looking at my back here, folks, but we're going to try and get a quick word now with Johnny Greer. Johnny is, to be fair, I think Johnny's having a good day. He's quite comfortable. As he said earlier on, like, he would kind of like this type of stuff, this technical stuff. So always very interesting to hear the different driving styles as well from all the drivers. Johnny, we're just talking about driving styles, and it's so interesting how different people prefer different things, like, but there's such a variation in this event.
Yeah, I think the stages are so different, the 4 stages of all different characteristics, so it kind of lends itself to who's aggressive, who's smooth, all that sort of thing. So I think it's quite a good balance of everything for everybody. But yeah, it's everyone's got their own unique style, so what works and what doesn't, who knows, but I'll just keep doing it my way anyway.
That's all you can do. And in terms of your way, is it working for you this morning? Are you happy enough, or is there more to go?
We're happy enough. That first loop, or that loop we just came back from there, which was the first loop this morning, we didn't really enjoy, so we're glad to get through it more than anything else. We sort of limited the damage this time, yeah. But we played about with the suspension settings in the car and got a bit more comfortable, so that loop we're a lot closer than we were in the first loop, so that's good. And then yeah, pretty much just trying to keep doing what we're doing. We're sort of got to a stage now where we just have to keep the pace we're on. I think we're 10 back from Marion, about 15 ahead of Sam, so it's quite you don't really want to do anything silly too, so we just have to try and keep going, but we're still trying to make improvements and try and make it better for the next event, but everything's good on general.
But I mean, 10 seconds isn't that big. Like, I mean, that's what Josh is trying to get off Callum for the next one, and if you can get that back off Marion, that's a podium for you in the Circuit of Ireland. Like,
yeah, it usually wouldn't be. It usually, as I say, like, it's not maybe a lot, but here at the minute, like, the way the championship is, you're fighting for tenths of seconds, and a second or 2 seconds a stage is a good result. So to try and get 10s, very hard to do. But no, we'll just keep going. We'll go and do our own thing and enjoy it, and just see where we end up at the finish. And that's our plan, really.
Good man, Johnny. Thank you very much. Best of luck. So that's Johnny Greer, and we're going to head back down the way again now this time, and we're going to get a quick word with Sam. Sam, as you know from what Johnny was saying there, is roughly around 15 seconds behind, which, to be fair, it's quite a lot. But it's just you cannot make assumptions when it comes to rallying. There's just so much that needs to be done in terms of getting the car around safely with no mistakes. Like, and when these guys are pushing as hard as they are, which they are, anything can happen, you know. So we're going to make our way here now, not too far from Sam here. So we pop the head into the truck and see if we can get a quick word from him and see how his run went round. But as we know from talking to him earlier, he wasn't. There was a few things happening with the car, so we'll need to see if he got those sorted out.
He's kind of busy there.
there you have it. It's actually a wee bit busy. As I said, these moments in service are very valuable, and whenever you're trying to gather 15 seconds, these guys are very, very technical, and they're trying to see where they can get as much time as possible. So we let them at it and focus on the job at hand, and we're going to sneak in here now and see if we can get a quick word with Declan Boyle. Declan's chatting to Mr. McGarry here.
Hello.
Declan, we're interrupting you, but you're having an absolutely brilliant event now.
Yes, a bit late again in the day, so it's coming together, but we still have a wee bit of power issues here. We took off on the last stage now. The middle stage there was alright, but the last stage there again, 250 straight square right, and then we have a 500 straight, just pure dull and lazy getting up there. So we can overdrive and then in different places trying to make it up. But
That's very, very frustrating then too.
it is, aye. But if we could try and sort it, see, we're changing away at the fuel pump and the engine there, but there's one in the tank that drives the fuel to the engine.
Yes.
So I think that's the one that's the problem all along.
Okay. And then obviously whenever you're changing the other one, it's not making any difference to the car, so the problem's still staying there.
Problem's still staying there and the lights flashing up with the dash, and then she gets dull. So it just drives you mad in the head. But maybe I think we're on it now.
Which will unsettle you more, Declan? Is it the lights on the dash are actually feeling it? Can you ignore the lights on the dash?
Well, I don't even see them because they're down low, but you can see them on the road section there. But when you get stuck in, you can feel the power that is not there.
But a very promising day's rallying. Like, I know it's only one day, but there's a huge amount of stage miles under your belt after today.
There is, in fairness. Now we've done plenty of stage miles, all year, more than probably the last couple of years. But at the same time, no results. But I am driving, and I know myself, I'm driving half decent. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty more left. But if we got this fuel problem sorted, at least it's down to the driving line. We have to narrow down to the driving.
Yeah. It's all about the driving, really.
Yes, exactly.
Puts wild pressure on you, but sure,
I know,
we have to take it.
Well, no choice.
Declan, thank you very much. Cynthia's giving me a wee look there. She's not happy with me getting her earlier on the bike. We're going to head back up this way again now, folks, and get a quick word with a few of the guys that are further up. It's going to take us a few seconds, but I'd like to get a quick word with Gareth McHale and see how his event is going. Obviously, we've Robert Barrable and guys like that down there too. And it's just going to be an interesting take to hear how everything's going for Gareth, because we saw earlier on Austin McHale was inside, Gareth's father, previous winner of the event, and to have that kind of guidance is really was phenomenal, really, and it's very interesting from our point of view to kind of hear it. And obviously Gareth has incredible results under his belt as well, so it's always great to hear these guys and see what they're saying. But just on the way over, we'll actually stop up here. I'm giving mixed signals here, guys, but we're going to get a quick word with William if we can. And again, you can see them having a quick chat there, so we let them at it. Bear with us, folks. We're just going to let them finish this wee bit of conversation, and then we'll get in and get a quick word.
Yes.
William, you'll be happy to get back and get the car around this next loop.
Yeah, that was probably the best loop that we've had so far. Get into a good rhythm, and yeah, it's bumpy those two stages, but it's really nice whenever you get into a good flow.
Which of the two were you kind of happiest on?
To be honest, I think we had a good run on both of them. The second one is probably the more difficult stage, and we had a good run there. So yeah, all in all, it was happy. We made changes from this morning, and that was definitely helpful.
And are you making any changes now for these next two that you have to kind of regroup into?
The stages are a little bit different, so we'll maybe make a couple of changes, but yeah, it's very small.
And are you looking forward to them? Or are you looking forward to getting to the ramp and having it done and dusted and exhaling?
No, I'm looking forward to them. The second stage is a lot of driving in it, so no, I'm looking forward to it.
William, we'll let you go and let you have that wee break. A well-deserved break after all those miles, and we're going to make our way now up to the other end of the service area where, as I said, the McHales are over here, and then you've got the likes of Desi Henry, Cahan McCourt, all those guys. So just bear with us as we make our way over there, and we will endeavour to speak to as many people as possible on the way here. But yeah, just so very interesting to see what people's different plans are. Like, even speaking to the likes of William, his agenda for this weekend is so different to the likes of the guy beside him, Johnny Greer, or the guys down the road, whether it be Marion or Josh or Callum, so it's all mileage, but it all means different things to different people. And we've Gene Megan here to our right. We're going to let him keep chatting, and we're going to torture Gareth if we can. Gareth, great to be back.
Oh yeah, no,
two more stages left,
two stages left,
another circuit under the belt.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's what they call it. 2 more stages left, Tony, for the rebuilding process. No, everything's going well. The car has ran falsely all weekend, which is great there today. There's a lot of work there, Ronan and the lads have put into it there in a short space of time since West Cork. So yeah, that's great, and that's what we're here for, just to make sure there's no little niggly problems or anything. We're driving conservatively. We're not pushing. We're just sort of getting around, that's it, yeah.
And I mean, after the likes of West Cork, and any kind of off on the road, it must be, that's what I mean by getting the 6 stages done and 8 by the end of the day. It's so kind of confidence boosting or building to get more mileage done after an accident. Like, it just beds you back into what you're doing.
Yeah, it's the same for everybody, what you have to get back on the horse, as to say. But we're happy enough with the way everything is going, and it does obviously stand in. It'll stand now going down in the bank holiday weekend in May down in Clarny. So.
And in terms of the stages, are you looking forward to either of these last 2?
Yeah, the last stage there, stage number 4, with stage number 8 now, that's a good stage, yeah. So look forward to that. It's not as sort of bumpy and as rough as the other 3 that they have picked here, but that's a good stage, so look forward to that one.
Good on you. Gareth, are these all your boys? Are these boys watching what you're doing to see what's going to happen for them in the future?
That's it, yeah. This is the youngest, this is Oren here. That's Austin, and then that's Sebastian there, so 3 lads. So it's
very
busy
good.
house.
Very, very busy. I wonder who this boy's named after.
Yeah.
Will you all be behind the wheel, yeah?
You a bit shy?
No.
No?
I am.
Yeah.
No?
I am.
Do you love rallying?
I like it because my dad does it.
Good man, that's
Well
the best answer, isn't it?
That's
Come here,
it.
thanks
Right,
a million.
thanks, see you.
So there you have it. More McHale's ready for the road and ready for the stages. We're going to keep moving here and get a quick word with Gary Jennings here first. And then, as you've seen from earlier, folks, we've a lot of action down the other side. So hopefully we'll get the timing right this time, and we'll get a quick word from everybody before they head off. So we'll get Gary here, maybe even a quick word from Rory Kennedy, a seasoned navigator. Can we sneak in and interrupt? Gary, how's that one going for you? Obviously great to get the mileage under the belt.
A lot better, hey, definitely. We raised the car a wee bit more there and stiffened the suspension and worked a lot better. But then we're going back to the original setting now for the next 2 because they're a lot smoother, just to see what the difference it makes. But the car felt a lot better on the first stage out of the service, but time was slower than the first time through, so it's getting a compromise between being fast and being comfortable with the car. So look, hey, it's fantastic, it's doing everything it should do. So yeah, and I'm smiling and looking forward to getting out to do these 2.
It's great to be out on an Easter Saturday at the circuit doing a bit of rallying with a smile on your face.
Without a doubt. And then tonight is Easter Saturday night, so it's an excuse to go to the pub. So yeah, what more could you ask for? No, it's great. No, it's fantastic. I think credit to the motor club, they put on 4 fantastic stages. Yeah. I think we underestimated this rally coming here, thinking it's only 4 stages. It's not, they're 4 hell of a stages now. They've got everything. So when you're changing your car to do 2 stages, coming back to change them now for the next 2, it just shows how challenging it is. It's not just a flat surface or a bumpy. They've got everything on the stages.
And Marion mentioned that earlier on, actually, when we spoke to him. He said his arms were that sore that he felt like he was in a boxing match. And that is a testament to the work that you have to put in on a stage.
100%. One thing I noticed with the car, the wiper stock's too close to the steering wheel. So every time we had a big compression or a bump, we're putting the wipers on. But you'll not get that anywhere else when you hear them bumpy roads when you're concentrating on the steering and your hands are touching the wipers. But as Marion says, you need to be fit for this game. Maybe that's my problem now. Maybe that is coming. But no, enjoying it. Hey, when you're enjoying it, it's a sport and that's what we're here for. And everybody's safe and a lot of people about.
Good man, Gary. Thank you very much. And there you have one of the characters of Irish motorsport here, in Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy sitting on with him this weekend. We're going to cut for a wee break here, folks, and we're going to line up a few more drivers and a few more conversations for you after the ad break. So bear with us and we'll be back very soon.
go. Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
And welcome back, folks. We're here in Cookstown at the service of the Circuit of Ireland Rally. We're going to go in now and try and get a quick word with Kevin Eves, or even if we can get a quick word with John Dugan. We were chatting to them earlier on. And they're about here somewhere, but everybody's trying to get their last minute.
How are you doing?
Their last minute breaks. So we'll just stick the head in here and see if we can see anyone. Kevin there. Kevin. You right, Kevin? Sorry. He's just getting himself ready here now, and he'll be out in 2 wee seconds. We always arrive at the worst time for you.
Not much time about here.
No, there's not an awful lot of time in these services.
It's a torture when they're doing a stupid regroup. Right?
So come here, you're enjoying the event anyway still?
Oh yeah, hey, we're actually having a good outcut. That loop there, we're kind of very happy. We kind of reeled maybe 8 or 9 seconds off Jason there, so it's down to 3 with the last 2 to go. And I find these two, they're a lot more flowing. Like I think these two the last time round, me and Jason was on the same second. So I'd say it'll be a rough enough one to try and reel them in, but hey, we'll do nothing mad and tip away.
And I mean, your plan was obviously this morning to just go out and enjoy yourself, you know, new team, new navigator, all that crack. But does it change once you kind of realise that the time's there?
Aye, well, hey, that's what I suppose. With no while, I didn't really understand the expectations because Owen sitting with us from that fundraiser we done for Darcy's, you know, so I suppose I was kind of the opinion, take it as it comes, you know. If he's working out well and the notes is coming, we'll go on, and if we don't, we don't. But hey, notes is coming flying, so we're happy up there now, so we're chipping on.
Good man, Kevin. We'll let you get back to it. We know time's valuable in here, so we're going to scoot across the way and get a quick word with Eddie Doherty now. We were listening to the guys, Zav and Michael, talking earlier on, and they were saying that Eddie's having an unbelievable drive, which he is, putting in an unbelievable performance. So it's always interesting to hear perspectives from everybody. But particularly Eddie, we're looking forward to chatting to you today because there's just so much time out there. You're playing a blinder today.
Yeah, look, happy enough. We lost, I think, 10 or 15 seconds there. The steering went over, jumped, and the steering went off. So, look, it is what it is. I think we're down by 8 seconds now to third. So I think we'll just have to go for now for the last two.
And will the wee issue with the steering, will that put you off at all in terms of your concentration or your confidence or anything like
Just
that?
confidence. With the Pirelli tyres in the front, it's so agile that any little movement at all, and if you're 2 hours over this way, it just messes with the confidence really more than anything else. But no, we'll get it sorted there now and go again.
And obviously you're just focused on the times and the overall result now at this point.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, if we can get a third in the national now, we'll be happy.
A very, very, basically an incredible result. Like whenever you're coming down to the circuit in these absolutely insane conditions, when you think about it,
Yeah.
when I say conditions, I mean just the sheer driving that is in these 4 stages.
Yeah, and even these next two are definitely more driving stages than the last. The others are pretty more bumpy. So no, looking forward to these next two again.
And out of the 4 now, whenever you're kind of nearly finished the event, any of them in particular that you just are loving driving?
Definitely the fourth one. Yeah, definitely the fourth one. The blind crests and jumps and savage. So no.
A great way to finish the event.
Exactly. Looking forward to it.
Good man. Thanks very much, Eddie. We'll make our way back up here and see if we can get John Dugan. I saw him a wee while ago, but not seeing him just at this moment. Like this man. As we've said, time is of the essence here. John, can we get a quick word? Good man. Are you enjoying the event so far? Obviously, it's great to kind of be at this stage of the day and only have 2 stages gone.
If I told you I was enjoying it, I'd be lying. I'm just making it hard on myself, yeah. Between tyres and car not handling, and it's in my head, so I cannot commit.
And do you feel like are the issues there, or is it at this point now it's just in your head when you say you're making it hard on yourself?
I think it's in my head. Like, I'm lifting the whole time and I don't need to doing everything wrong. Not a nice style of driving at all. Yeah. It's like I'm trying to put the car off. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. I've been there before myself, and it makes every stage so long, every mile go on forever.
Yeah, and I'm not even listening to the navigator. Like, he's shouting notes to me and all. But sure, we get to the end, we'll do, and we'll go somewhere else and see. So.
And look, it is at the end of the day, this is the Circuit of Ireland, and to get to the other end of it is a very, very sort of confidence building thing.
Definitely, it's the first time doing it. Like, they're nice, hard stages, but I don't know. You need to be on the ball straight away to put in the times to enjoy it more. You know, kind of.
I know exactly. Come here, thank you very much. We'll let you get back to the tee. So there you have it, John Dugan. We're going to just turn around here, folks, and make our way back up the field and try and get a quick word now with a few of the other guys in the modified cars. So just bear with us. We're going to make our way up and around the corner, basically. Actually might scoot through these cars here. Take a wee shortcut. Might work out better for us. We might be on the best side of it now. I wonder, would we be lucky enough to get in through here? We are. We're flying now. So we'll hopefully get a quick word with Oliver Benton and obviously with Barry Morris there in the variant. We're seeing plenty of people, but we'll see. Will you chat? We're getting somewhere. Bear with us, folks. We're just going to get the guys out first, and you can see everybody's still working very hard here. As we've said a million times today already, it's very valuable moments here in these services. So we'll get Oliver down for a quick word now. 2 more stages to go. You'll be happy with that?
In theory, she looked a little bit prettier going out into those 2, but driver error.
I mean, there's still a smile on your face.
It's all good fun. Here we could be at work. so
and what happened, Oliver? What is the cause?
Just a little mistake by myself in a corner and just hit the front end. Luckily enough, just hit the bank and that was it. But easy out. We didn't lose a lot of time either, so that was a benefit.
Do you find that off-putting, or do you find it very easy to just forget about it and move forward?
I think the problem is like if you're trying to be competitive, everyone's pushing that hard that you only need that slight little mistake It only has to be a bit of gravel on the road or anything, you know, dragged out, and you make a little mistake and that's it. You know, it can be costly, so trying to minimise those sort of things.
Nobody enjoys that.
No, definitely not. The body shop does.
They'd be happy to see you coming
That's
back
it,
out
yeah.
tomorrow.
Stuarty, I want some discount.
And what about these next two? Are you happy enough heading out for these as well? Are you looking forward to any one of them in particular?
Definitely the next two, yeah. I would much prefer the next two stages. A lot more driving in them, and just a little bit slower, but they're still getting a move on. Big jumps and real technical stuff. It's the next two will be good.
Good man, Oliver. Thank you very much. We appreciate you chatting. And obviously behind us again you have the Darien. So what we're going to do now is bear with me as I go and find Barry. Do we see how that look was for him? I think he's in the lorry here. But we'll keep the camera on the car so as you can kind of get a quick idea. And we've located the boss of the Darien. I mean, I was talking about it earlier, but this is just such an interesting setup, absolutely incredible to see, isn't it?
Yeah, look, there's only 3 or 4 of them in Ireland, so I suppose it's something different again. That's a good publicity for them.
And I mean, obviously you enjoy driving it, and that's why it's here. But do you find, with the likes of having only 3 or 4 of them in Ireland, do you find that pressure to make sure that you keep something like that in pristine condition?
Yeah, and you try to be competitive. Obviously, Kevin Gallagher last weekend down in Tralee, so big shoes to try to compete against. So yes, they're different, but it is what it is.
And you're enjoying this event so far?
It's all good. It's the local one. It's close to home, 15 minutes away. So
it'll mean a lot to you to get to the ramps this evening?
Just to get the ramps will be a big thing.
Good man. Well, we'll let you go and enjoy your service and see you at the ramp in a few hours, hopefully. Good man.
BDA you got? Does this baby belong to? I thought yeah.
We're starting the rally fandom young. A brand new baby out watching rally, and that's the way to start them. Good on you folks. And as you can see, Donovan is showing you exactly how much effort and detail goes into these cars. Absolutely phenomenal. We're going to see if we can get a quick word with the car beside him here, Marty Toner. Bear with me as I try and put eyes on him. It's great to be at this stage of the game. We saw you working very hard the last service, but you have to be a wee bit more relaxed now this time, yeah?
Not too bad. Hey, broke a half shaft at all loop. Pure luck guiding my back, so why's all got to sort it out. But 2 good stages there. Fight's out a wee bit now, but try and push on there to the end now.
How does that feel, Marty, whenever the fight, it's different for everybody, but for yourself now, how do you feel heading into these ones? Do you find it hard to keep your head in the game whenever there's a fight going?
Funny you do. How you start in that stage, broke the shaft, there's only 3 or 4 seconds off the 2-wheel drive,
Yeah.
And lost 30 seconds and right away, but we try and push on here now again to see, try and punch it a couple of times, see how we get on.
And I mean, obviously the stages, there's so much work in the stages, so to get to the end of this event as well, never mind it being the Circuit of Ireland, but the fact that these stages were such, intense work today.
Yeah, they're tough, and 4 different stages completely, you're in the rhythm of one stage, the next stage is completely different, and it's tough how to go on, but I will push on and see.
Any of these 2 stages now that you're looking forward to getting the BMW into?
Funny, I can't wait to get into the last one again. Broke a shaft in the last time, so try and get through it this time.
You'll be looking for big times this time?
I'm going to try hard now, yeah.
Good man. Come here, thank you very much for talking to us. As we said the last time we saw Marty here, they were hard at work trying to get everything placed back together so they could get out and about again. And it worked, because there they are, happy as Larry, ready to go for the last 2. We're going to cross the road here and see if we can get in for a quick word. We're looking for the Black Brothers to see how their rally's going. Obviously they were having a great start, so we'll see now if we can get any information here off these guys and how things are going for them. So bear with me. I think they're in the truck, so we're not so bad this time. Jason, it's always great to get to this stage of the Circuit of Ireland, isn't it?
For sure, yeah. Oh, looking forward to these last 2 stages now. They're kind of the pick of the 4 now, and I'm really looking forward to that.
And obviously they're a lot of work, but they're very different as well. Do you enjoy the 2 of them, or is it one specifically?
Oh, that's stage 4's class, so it is the last one. I am first class, but the 2 of them are great stages. They are a lot of driving, a lot of work, and suits my car. Probably the last one too. So, no, really enjoyable.
And how are you feeling heading into these last loop? Like, pressure on, or are you just taking it in your stride?
Just take it, see how it goes. So we'll not get too carried away.
And as you say, the last one now really suits your car. So will you just try and do what you did the last time, or will you try and push on?
Oh, I'm going to have to push on, I think, now. So it's that tight, and Kevin's on a mission, so he is. So they'll keep at him. So
good man. Well, come here. We'll let you go and let you get back to the drawing board. We're going to try now if we can get a quick word now with his brother. A very busy Gareth Black. I was going to say a very busy Black houseful this weekend.
Everyone running
Intense.
about, keeping the cars right.
These are all under pressure.
Under pressure, just running about, making sure the tire choices are right and getting everything right just for the last loop here. I think there's a bit of a battle here at the top here for Jason, and then we're I think comfortable with second in class at the minute, so hopefully we can keep it that way.
And in terms of the next 2, it's a question I'm kind of asking everybody. Which of the 2 are you enjoying the most now, or the thought of getting the
third? Oh, it's that first one in the loop. Yeah, I like it a lot. I'm not so fussed in the last one, but you always have one good stage.
And that's the thing, like that's what we were just talking about there. The fact, like we were literally just talking to your brother, very similar cars, and he's looking forward to the 4th stage. So it just goes.
He
to
likes
show
all that tight, twisty stuff, so he does. Where I would like more fast flowing, so.
But it just goes to show you that like there's literally no.
Yeah.
It's very, very personal, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's nothing to do with the car. It's just whatever you like yourself. So it is.
Good on you. Well, Gareth, we'll let you get back. Thanks very much for speaking to us. So that's Gareth Black. And we're going to get a quick word now with car number 46, which is Mickey Conlon. But we're just going to let Donovan make his way up, and I'll try and put eyes on somebody. I think we found him. Bear with us, folks. Will you have a wee word with us, Mickey? Thank you very much. We appreciate it. I wouldn't do that. We'll bring you up this way and get you beside the car, Mickey.
It'll have to be short. This is a short tea break we'll have,
Mickey, how's your event going? Are you enjoying it so far?
Yeah, so far so good. Yeah. Stages is grand, when you get into them. They're a bit bumpy at times, but sure, when you're driving them, you don't feel as bad,
When you're driving them, you don't really have time to think because especially here, you're working at her.
No, you wouldn't, because, and as well as that, who's away at my chopper? No, you away at my chopper. But anyway, no, look, it's going good. I think we're leading the class, so we're fairly comfortable, enjoying it really and truly. But we'll be backing off a bit now in the next 2 stages to try and take it home. Going to Killarney's next.
Yes. And do you find it a comfortable place to be leading the class with a comfortable lead, or do you prefer to have the fight right up to the end?
Well, it's no harm to have an odd handy one. They don't all come handy, let me tell you. Normally in this class you're fighting over seconds at the end of the day, but today now we've got a bit of a jump on the boys at the start, so it's not too bad today.
Always enjoyable. Yep. And these next 2, is there any of the stages that you're dying to get to in particular, or are you just dying to get to the ramp at this stage?
No, the last stage now is a great stage. The last stage is fabulous. There's an awful lot of driving and blind crests and stuff, and it's real driving stage and good fun.
Brilliant. Mickey, we'll let you go. It is a short service, so we'll let you get back to the tee. Guys, there you have it. Everybody's leaving service, including the helicopters, making their way out to the last loop of stages. We've got a lot of information there now for you, and so many interesting perspectives on the different stages and what driver likes what setup. But we will let the drivers do all the talking now. We're going to leave you back to the studio and head for the stages very soon, and we'll see you back at the ramp.
Flat Flat out up round easy rate 150. Push on up.
So here we go, Michael. We have stage 7, which is a rerun of stage 3. Penultimate stage of the rally, where we have a very close battle of 9.7 seconds between Callum Devine and Josh Moffat.
It's here we go again, Tav.
It's
brilliant,
good.
isn't it?
It's pretty good.
I think it's absolutely fantastic. These guys are really showing us out. Every rally at the minute, it's a few seconds here and a few seconds there. It's just, and here we go again. And more than that, I think Gary Jennings summed it up in the service there when he said to Tony, I think everybody underestimated this rally. They thought, this is 4 stages done twice. Yeah. Weeks and weeks ago, I was saying to people, don't underestimate this rally. This is going to be as good a rally as we'll have in the Tarmac Championship. Well, here we are, 2/3 of the way through. We've got 2 stages to go. We've got 9.7 seconds separating 2 of the best drivers we've seen in recent years in Irish rallying. Going down to the wire, once again, Tarmac Championship delivers.
And in theory, this time last year, we had the same
kerfuffle
with bogey times and.
Well, we had dramas last year with
great dramas, which made highlight reels for people.
It did.
My reaction to the oh my goodness me.
The results room phoning me, Paddy McCollum from Rally Score phoning me and saying, Michael, there's been a bit of a development here. Well, thankfully, I've worked quite closely with the organisers from the outset. They've had the foresight to see that maybe what was the first stage and the 5th stage today there was a risk of bogey times being beaten on that. And I could get into a lot of technicalities here as to why stuff happened last year and why it's different this year. But what I can say is that this is not a full international rally, so it has to run under Motorsport UK National A rally rules, which means there is a 75 miles per hour speed average on the stages. Whether you agree with it or not, it's the rules, and that's the way they're applied. The bottom line is the rally has done a lot of work. Not that the rally last year didn't do a lot of work, but Cookstown have done everything they could to ensure that we've got a fair and balanced event today. Well, I've been a long time since I've seen the drivers as happy with the variations, the choices, the way the rally's run. Kevin Eves, he was a bit interrupting his lunch there. He says, shorten the regroups.
Yeah.
But, that's a very good point. There's two ways. Motorsport UK have a template of running a rally, and regroups are part of it because the timing is such, whereas Motorsport Ireland tend not to encourage regroups. So, yes, we have. But what we've got is we're a few minutes out from stage 7. We've got 9.7 seconds. Can Josh pull back 9.7 seconds in? So the mileage has changed. It's reduced by 1 mile. It's the same. Sorry.
I make it 17 miles.
Just 17 miles.
A tad short of 17 miles.
So he has to take half a second a mile against Callum Devine, whom we know can respond, and he did respond. Now, earlier on, I was very impressed with Josh on the first stage out after service. He was the only one to really go significant faster than he did this morning. Callum went 2 seconds faster. Josh went 8 seconds faster. That was pretty impressive in my book. This next stage, I don't think there's as much room for improvement. And of course, the final stage is where it went wrong for Josh earlier on. So the only yardstick we have is Callum's time, which was super impressive. Josh, Marion Evans described him as a cat with 9 lives. Maybe he is. We've seen this with Josh, but it's not by accident that he keeps winning rallies and championships and multiple titles. And so, yeah, you have good days and you have bad days. And here we are, 2 stages to go, battle royale.
It's kind of confidence when you're in the lead. And if we look back for a second to Galway, when Marion Evans was leading and Josh was chasing Marion, the demeanour of the drivers have changed for this event. Now Marion's chasing and Josh is in front. Josh was doing the chasing in Galway and he looked rattled, he looked ragged. I'm not saying Marion's ragged, but he's just not. You can tell when Tony was talking to him at service, he's not 100% content.
Do you think he's possibly put his championship hat back on again like he did in West Cork?
Listen, by a country mile. The biggest thing for Marion Evans would be to come across here as a very talented young kid, win the Irish Tarmac Championship and sort of say, I went to their backyard and beat them. That is a massive thing for Welsh motorsport, a massive thing for every Welsh fan that watches us or listens to the stage end reporting that we know is available. For the Welsh fans, a Welshman to come over here and win the Tarmac Championship it'd be stunning, and it'd be great for the championship too.
But particularly at the moment, just how competitive it is. We go back over the last 4 or 5 years. Craig Breen is a world championship driver, and he's swapping seconds with. So we're live, and I believe that we are imminent. Josh is about to arrive. There we go. Hear Derek McGarty's helicopter in the background.
I was going
to ask. So out of picture exactly on the minute. Now we're probably only about 2 miles into the stage.
Oh, a jet helicopter, that could very well be Derek.
Well, when Tony went in to speak to Declan Boyle, our producer would know about helicopters and he thinks it's Donna Kelly, so that would make sense. But certainly when Tony Kelly went to speak to Declan Boyle, he was in deep conversation with Derek McGarty. And of course, Michael's doing the rally.
Yeah.
So Derek will be here looking after Michael. Not that Michael listens to him. But
sure.
never mind.
Marion.
So even a couple of miles into the stage, everything's up to temperature, the car's working well. This is a lovely stage, fast flowing. So already Marion was on 3 seconds slower. So Josh is obviously just pushing that, Josh is pushing.
Josh is just probably coming up to halfway through stage 7, penultimate stage of the rally. And as we were saying,
here's Cool Callum. Cool hand
9.7
Callum.
seconds between Callum Devine and Josh Moffat. As Callum comes into view very shortly.
Second difference.
I think
if he keeps that up. Well, this stage I don't see. I think it's the next stage where if you just decided it's or bust, you know.
I think listening to Josh talking to Tony in service, he kind of semi-resigned himself that he's, if everyone stays on the road, no punctures and that, he wasn't going to catch him.
Oh, I don't know.
But it wouldn't stop him trying.
Yeah, well, you and I have both talked to rally drivers over the years. We've both been with rally drivers. And what they tell you sometimes is never what they mean.
Well. Johnny Greer and Al Burns.
Tell you, Johnny's not off the pace here. 1 second. Which would make me think that Marion has backed off.
Johnny, 4th overall on West Cork, and of course won the race and rally stages at Bishop's Court earlier in the year.
So Sam's up next, I hope. That's what 5-bar gates were invented for, sitting on top of.
Definitely.
We are very early in the stage, so to be honest, Josh will be finished in about a minute, I would think.
Yeah, Josh is very close to the end of the stage now, not very far to go. And Marion Evans, Callum Devine, Johnny Greer all following him through. Looks like there's a bit of a long gap between Marion Evans and Callum Devine, but we'll let the tracking settle ever so slightly.
Earlier on, Sav, Callum was actually fastest in this stage on a 6:58.0, and Josh did a 6:58.5.
Desi's pushing. Desi moving on. He wanted this earlier, lost about a minute with a puncture.
Yeah, but I think he sees he can certainly have Robert Barrable, and I think he's even targeting Declan Boyle. So this is something else, is a little side battle, as well as we have the battle at the front of the modifieds. It's
yeah, there's only, 12 or 13 seconds separating Declan Boyle, Robert Barrable and
nothing
Desi
in
Henry.
it. And Desi has been 10 seconds a stage faster than them all day.
Yeah.
You know, even though he's got the puncture and he's in 8th, I think he can get 6th by the end of the day.
Yeah. Quite probable, quite probable.
I think Robert's probably a bit disappointed. Here's Captain McCourt. Now, he had a disastrous start to the day. Broken drive shaft in the very, very first stage. Second drive shaft broke later on. Dropped 3 minutes before first service. Now he's out learning the car. Putting in some nice times as well this afternoon.
No, he has been. And it's good. He'll want miles under his belt for definite. Now, Josh is just stuck in a 6 minutes 51.5 seconds time on stage 7. Second running of the hollow.
I said he did a 6:58.7 this morning.
Yeah.
So that's exactly 7 seconds faster. That's nearly 1 second a mile faster than he was this morning.
And again, it goes back to what we're saying, that when Tony pops in and out, can you come out for a quick word? Chances are they're on the laptops, come back over the stages again, just to where they can make a bit of time here and there.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of serious stuff going on in that service
There you
area.
go, Marion Evans is in as we look at Robert Barrable. Marion is stuck in a 6:57.2. 5.7 seconds slower than Josh Moffat.
So Robert was about 4 seconds down on Josh's benchmark on our screen clock, which was a 00 second, so that makes it actually quite easy. That doesn't happen very often. Gary Jennings saying he raised the car up another 5 mil.
There you go.
So constantly working, much happier with the car now, really enjoying himself.
Callum Devine's time's in, 0.3 of a second slower than Josh Moffat.
Goodness.
Callum's time 6:51.8 and Josh's time 6:51.5.
Final stage.
Gary Jennings getting better and better with his Mark II Fiesta Euro version. Callum Tony this morning 80 kilograms lighter than the Mark I version.
Declan Boyle up next, and there's Johnny Greer's time in. Second fastest, 6:51.8. That's pretty impressive.
Same time as Callum. That's going some from Johnny, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's probably his best time, stage time of the day, joint second fastest. Declan Boyle and Patrick Walsh in McCafferty's Bar Polo GTI R5. Pleased to see Declan getting a semi-decent run today.
I think he's pleased as well. I mean, he was very upbeat in the service area talking to Tony. He knows he's not pushing, but it's coming and he's enjoying it. If he keeps it up, he's going to get a result today.
Yeah, definitely. So, like you were saying earlier, going to be interested to see the Desi Henry's time compared to Robert Barrable's compared to Declan Boyle's.
I'll be in. Desi was pushing hard there, and he's the next time due, which will be very soon, I would think. Well, another man. So Sam Moffat's in on a 6:56.8. Sam's sort of in no man's land, isn't he? It's Gareth McHale pops into view. Gareth could be on for a good wee time on this stage, I think. Where's Desi Henry?
There we go. go 6:54 dead.
That's probably jumped him up a place. I know the results have him up too, but the guys who are in front of him are running behind. It's Joe McGonigal. Treehouse is the new restaurant in Muff.
It is, yeah. It's getting great reviews.
So I've heard.
It really
yep.
is.
I've just had a personal review in my ear of the Treehouse restaurant from one of our producers, who says the service is fantastic, and Joe actually works there sometimes behind the bar. So there you go. Desi Henry in 6:54.0. I knew it was going to be a good time. Yep. Definitely will jump him up. So Cavan McCourt 7:00.1. So Aaron McLaughlin. Now it's supposed to be Kevin Eves up next, and I have to say I think Kevin Eves has had the drive of the rally, considering he's got a co-driver who's never really co-driven before, and they took a time penalty earlier on. They're setting consistently fastest modified times, and they're now fighting for the lead of the modified. Running a bit wide, can't afford to do that too often.
Yeah, it was like you were saying earlier, everybody's saying that stages are hard, stages are tough. Oh, they really aren't great. Oh, he's loving it. Yep, loving it.
At that point, it was only 6 seconds down on Josh Moffat.
Well, when you think about that in a two-wheel drive car, that's phenomenal,
Brilliant.
really.
I do. Whatever happened this morning with Jason Black having to start a bit later on the road, or whatever the reason was for it, I have to wait now. So
Philip, Green Lee. So you doing the internet or edit?
So Wayne Sisson running a good rally. So, as predicted, Desi Henry on a charge after his earlier puncture. He does jump ahead of Robert Barrable quite easily. Okay, it's only a second, but he took the 10 seconds alone on that one stage to jump ahead. Now, I suspect he will target... there's somebody else to come, isn't there?
William Crichton keeping the speed through.
Good job, William.
Don't see a time there yet for Declan Boyle.
That's the one I'm querying. With somebody else to come on, it's Declan Boyle. Where is he? James Ford.
My guess is he's through.
Don't see him on the road section. Oh, he is. He is. He's through. We just hadn't had a time for him yet.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just appeared.
Yep.
Out on the road that makes its way across to the start of the final stage. So we should have a time popping in for him fairly shortly.
I have a feeling that that's Desi Henry's next target will be Declan Boyle. Michael McGarity. So Camillus Bradley up next. Camillus currently lands 7th in the modified battle. At the front, Kevin Eves has been through. He closed the gap down to 3.1 seconds from Jason Black. We know Jason's running slightly down the field.
Camillus obviously has overcome the issues he had earlier with the throttle pedal jamming it on full throttle further down the stage, which Michael and myself were saying isn't the most pleasant of things that can happen.
John Joe Duggan due up next.
And of course, big credit must go to all the marshals and all the relevant motor clubs that have helped out. Touchdown Motor Club put on a great event. The medics, rescue crews, organisation.
Say it on every rally, Sav,
but it's true though.
We can't do it without them.
No, we can't. And there will be people who are marshalling here at the circuit, and it's the only time they do it in the year, and there's other marshals that will be here that do every round. I mean, Carlo Derrick is synonymous with nearly marshalling every single weekend, but you know, if it wasn't for them and the effort they make and the time they give up, like you said there, we wouldn't be rallying, we wouldn't be watching, or we wouldn't be competing, or whatever. The rescue crews, stage commanders,
Commander John,
courses, you know.
Eddie Doherty due up next. Eddie's mentioned him a few times today, just how clean and nice a rally he's having. So there's the top 5 overall in the top right hand corner of the screen. Fine, Moffat, Evans, Greer, and the other Moffat.
Car 41, Eddie Doherty and Tom Murphy, as Michael was saying.
Yep.
16th overall in West Cork, 5th in Class 14. Started off the year in Galway where they got 20th overall and 4th in Class 14.
So next up should be our modified section leader. When I say that modified, we're focusing on the 2-wheel drives on this rally, which is what is consistent through the championship.
So Desi Henry, like you're saying, he's got ahead of Declan Boyle. Declan did a 7:06.8.
He's on exactly the same time. He's tied with him.
Tied with him.
But he gets it at the moment because he was faster on the first stage. Yeah.
So, I mean, a nice battle in amongst. Let me just have a quick look there with the glasses on.
He's not going to catch Sam. And here's Jason pushing hard. So he has to push hard because he knows he's coming at him.
Nice three-way battle there, and a nice battle between Black and Eves. Graphics up there with.
This was after stage 6.
Stage 6.
So we've got a story to tell at the end of this one. One I'm really impressed with there as well is Oliver Benton in 3rd overall in the modifieds, but he is in a 2-litre car, so he's leading class 6. The rest of these guys are all in over 2 litre, probably 30 or 40 brake horsepower more, maybe a bit more in some cases. The real specialists would be able to tell you exactly what a Millington does or a kg this or whatever. So about 60 brake horsepower apparently, a good red top, and there's Adrian doing his general Adrian thing through a junction. And as a 300 for a red top 2 litre and 360 as a rule for Adrian's car here, and he's full on the throttle, flat shift.
So Adrian did the Get Jerky Rally North Wales in the historic car, was 12th overall. He did 5 Mile Town Samsonist Rally, where he retired, and did his first rally of the year was the Raponian Stages, where he was 3rd in the British Star class. This is his first event this year in the Big Beast, as he calls it. So had an issue this morning with a broken wire, which his mechanics took time to find, and is now out for a run. Martin Cairns paid awards through there. It's Martin's first event of the year. Last did the Turkey Run Rally, Boxing Day, or it was the day after, I think, 17th overall. So leading crews now making their way down towards Gortavoy Bridge, which will be the start of stage 8. It's scheduled to kick off at 4:30. And then we'll run, and the cars will then make their way back to the finish just outside Cookstown.
Gareth McHale seemed to drop a few seconds in that stage. He did a 7:14.3 as opposed to people around him doing 7:04s and stuff like that.
John Devlin and John McCarthy. Really impressed with John. Highly drive. And has managed to get that escort to sing nicely.
And talking about modifieds, Kevin Eves in on a 7:14.1. Camillus Bradley a 7:28.9. Just as a yardstick.
14.8 seconds. Difference there.
Jason Black still in the stage. Probably going to get a time for him in about 4 or 5 minutes, I suspect. Also John Joe Dugan and Eddie Docherty are still in the stage, approaching the finish.
Yeah, it's Kona.
Showing her age, Sav. The kids will all be going, what are them two old fellas talking about?
Dad, what's in this bowl now?
Yeah. James Ford, a time in of 7:18.8. John Joe Duggan in on a 7:22.1. Here's Ollie Benton. Senny made a wee mistake in the last stage, and not his own fault. Still leads past 6 and is third overall in the modifieds. Can't argue with that.
So stage 7 time for William Crichton, 7:19.3.
15th fastest in the stage so far.
Yeah.
12th overall in the rally. He won't be unhappy with that.
Still time enough for him to sneak into the top 10 as well.
Well, this last stage, we know drivers all love it, but they all say it's a big challenge. It's very difficult, very tricky, very technical, narrow. The stage is more open, flowing.
So heading into the last stage, Michael, I think
So Colin Price coming into view. Lovely drift.
Yeah, nicely done. 22nd overall in the racing rally stages earlier this year. So heading into the last stage, I think the 2023 Milburn Concrete Circuit of Ireland has been entertaining, certainly worth watching, competitive, and there's the small matter of 9.4 seconds that separates Josh Moffat from Callum Devine, and then 40 seconds further back is Marion Evans, where I think you were right. I think Marion is settled now for third.
He needs to be careful, doesn't he?
Well, you get to the...
He's only 4 seconds ahead of Johnny Greer, and Johnny Greer took a chunk of time out of him there.
Plus the other thing is scoring system.
Now that's something we won't get into now.
No. I just mentioned it in passing. Gareth Black and Conor Dunlop through there, and Armagh and Portlanone pairing.
I didn't realise just how significant that time of Johnny Greer's was going to be on this stage. He took 6 seconds out of Marion there to close to within 4 seconds.
And Marion won't be happy with that. So
certainly sets it up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jason Black is in on a 7:13. My goodness, he took time out of Kevin. He took 0.7 of a second back.
And there's no better man than Niall Burns to urge Johnny to keep the foot in. So the Darien. Yeah, there's a great sound out of that. There really is.
So we've got enough in the modifieds just to give you a quick roundup of the modifieds. I'm very impressed. Jason Black, 7:13.3, as opposed to Kevin Eves on a 7:14.1. That puts the gap back to 3.9 seconds going into the final stage. Eddie Docherty reinforces his third place from John Joe Duggan. Camillus Bradley. Now I think there's a couple of people further on down the field will come into the modified top 6. They're just not through the stage yet, and we don't have stage times for them, so we'll hold off on that. This is one of them. Marty Toner was third, I think, earlier on. Very good. So another driver going very well is John Devlin, we know. Ollie Benton is actually not categorised in Class 7, but he's in the overall, he would be third in the modified section, despite being a Class 6 car. So we're getting closer to the final stage, about 10 minutes out. We'll stick with a few cars here on stage 7, the Hollow 2. Declan McNaughton's due up next. Talked about Declan earlier on. He's certainly putting on a good, really getting back up to speed very quickly here. Not lost any of his guts and determination. So we saw Paddy Hamill earlier on today with Shane Byrne co-driving in their Fiesta R5. I think it's what they call an R5 Plus, which means got a slightly better turbo, slightly
bigger restrictor.
Bigger restrictor, yep. Did they have a paddle shift at the R5 Plus? Opposed to
Don't worry about it, Anthony Nestor will tell us soon. Well, he thinks he's right, he's kept us right in a little occasion. He hasn't put the 6 and 7 speed boxes in cars, he never had them. Anthony was good like that.
Mickey Conlon, MC Blinds, well-known black escort.
He's been rallying for years, hasn't he?
Yes.
He's
competitive today as he was 20 years ago.
He's part of the rallying furniture this year. You know, part of the furniture they say about people around the houses and stuff. But Mickey Conlon is part of rallying furniture. He definitely is.
Play on words with a number plate always tickled my fancy. NIC changed to MC. Ollie Benton in on a 724.4.
It's like that joke they say about I got a new private plate to match my name.
Yep.
You have to call me PF67TUT from now on.
The old ones are the best. Remember we said earlier on what Catherine McCourt could do, and here's the first of the historics, is Duncan Williams.
He's having a good run with Guy Weaver, he definitely is.
Well, Andrew was telling us earlier on, because he's so far back, Trevor Wilson didn't get a reseed, and actually caught us out a little bit. Trevor Wilson in the Porsche, and I, on the one hand, I'm not surprised, because he's always been a great driver, but a great battle here between Trevor Wilson, Duncan Williams, Wayne Evans, Gareth Lloyd, and Hugh McCabe rounding up the top 5 of the historics. But whatever way it's worked out in this rally, lots of people got reseeds and some of them didn't, and it means the whole thing's a bit spread out, which makes it a bit hard to sometimes stay on top of it, particularly with the minute intervals when it almost makes it twice as long. So this is Wayne Evans, who had a great run in West Cork as well and has made the trip over from Wales, part of the other Gwyndaf Evans Welsh dynasty. It's going very nicely there, thank you. And fingers crossed we might actually see Gareth in the beautiful BMW.
Well, leading crews now at the start of stage 8, the second running over Shamagri.
Another 5 minutes or so before they're due to start there.
So
we can hang on here for...
Get a few more cars in here.
Get a couple of the historic cars in, hopefully. Somebody else we haven't because they've been running down the field, Kyle White. One of the few Rally 4 cars out today.
Yeah, an odd seating for Kyle White, I must admit.
Here's Gareth in the BMW. We'll just listen to him. Good BMW M3.
Yeah, sounds great. Of course, it evokes memories of Bernard Begwin and Billy Coleman,
Bertie
Mark
Fisher.
Perez, Bertie Fisher, Austin McHale.
Patrick Snars in the Isle of Man.
Yeah.
Can't go past that one.
Definitely. They're worth checking that out on YouTube. Patrick Snars and the angles he had it at. It's Steve Ryder commentating.
Yep. Kyle White. Hopefully we're going to get a glimpse of Kyle. And as usual, Sean Topping co-driving. Kyle's focusing on the British Championship this year, won the opening round, the Malcolm Wilson Rally of the junior category. Kyle White and William Crichton, both proteges of the Junior 1000 Championship, which, of course, one of our producers today, Andrew Bush, would have been instrumental. Seems to have lost its momentum a little bit, certainly in Northern Ireland. But we won't get into that. Now, another great driver and another great car, and here Bushy will be saying, don't go to that next stage yet, because here comes Andy Johnson.
Yeah,
Jim McSherry.
He'll be a quivering mess down there in the production unit.
Say nothing. And him in his armless position. Messing about, fair play, and Andrew Bush is just relieved to see it still running. Oh, well, that's Andy Johnson clocks up some stage miles in that car.
That's the second chief had, because he bought it to replace the works one he has.
Yes. Trevor Ferguson, actually, if I'm right in saying this stage literally goes past his front door. There's a junction about a mile further on, and it's his house and the garage where he sells the cars from. Trevor got away from rallying for quite a long time. Great to see him back. Would have been a front runner in the Northern Ireland Championship in this Impreza. So he should know where he's going. Also a great auto test driver of one of the Ferguson family. I'm a bit intrigued here. We should have had a car onto the stage, but we haven't. We're not that far from the start. And Casey J, that's why. We've got somebody not showing on the tracking system.
You're very welcome, Derek Cummins. And we probably should mention you and all your buddies more often. Some thanks in there from Derek, Carlo Derek as we call him, the man marshal, and just said thanks for the mention.
Well, we appreciate what you do, guys.
So
these are the cars queued at the start of 8, and they're just pulling up to the line. I think it's imminent. So we'll change our focus. That was great to see some of the guys running down the field. And okay, so we're back to 7 for a couple of cars. Casey J. Coleman due at our location, I think. Casey, one of the... on this rally, they're running in a class called 2A. So this is the RC4 cars, FIA RC4. To me, in effect, this is the junior drivers in the tournament. So 2 categories of juniors in the tournament championship. And we're going to cut to stage 8 almost in a minute. So here we go, Zav.
This is
Josh is on the stage. Conditions are perfect. It's dry. Easter Saturday. Final stage of the Circuit of Ireland. Another final stage showdown.
There we go. I just saw a car shoot past.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Oh, so they're way off on this loop. I can see. So it's going to be about another minute probably before they get back to the camera position. So just a reminder, going into the final stage, 9.4 seconds.
I can see viewers now saying, is that the best your cameraman can do? Not realising that if they hang on for another minute or two, they're going to see the cars coming back the other way.
Absolutely, yes.
So if you can't see the stage, where our camera crew is positioned, the cars will be back to us much closer in a couple of minutes. So we're actually looking at them from a distance on a really nice loop basis. So stay with us and keep the faith, because you will see the cars much closer than you did just there. I think it was maybe Callum Devine going through, was it? So
Josh is due here right now. We're going to get Josh into picture, I think, very, very soon.
So this is it. 9.4 seconds.
I thought he would have been here by now. Here we go. Oh my goodness, that's a big jump. Can't tell me he's not pushing.
He's trying really
hard. So 46 seconds out of view. 46 seconds on our clock going out of the view. Well, there's a jump just over to the right-hand side of the cameraman, and I think he was
quite
as
high
committed,
over, wasn't he?
as
Flat
committed
out
to it
over it.
as I've seen in a long time.
Listen, Dory is saying thanks for the coverage. You're more than welcome. Good to get messages now and again from people who are tuning in and watching from all around the world. And if you don't believe me, go and have a look on Facebook or YouTube at some of the comments, and you'll see that they are from worldwide. We had a colleague of Michael's earlier on in Melbourne, Australia, watching on his way home.
Okay, Marianne. So we sort of thought Marianne's maybe settled for third, but we're both of the opinion that he's under a fair bit of pressure from Johnny Greer for the final podium place.
Yeah, definitely.
And Tarmac Championship points for that matter.
Definitely is. So Josh is well over halfway through the stage now. Probably 2/3 the way through.
Well, Callum's due very, very soon. One second up on Josh.
Well, he's not hanging about.
Nope.
And I mean, listen, over the years, Michael, you and I have both heard many drivers say it is one of the hardest things to drive at 9/10 as opposed to 10/10. So,
flat out.
Yeah, yeah. And it, you know, if you're trying to achieve, that's when you make the mistake. So maybe that's the thing to do. Just go in.
What did motorbike man say? Flat out, choke out, knee out. So Johnny Greer, we know, has got a bit of a push on as well in the final stage. He can see a podium. Yep, same time. Yeah, same time as Josh through there. So I can see Johnny pulling actually a bit of a result here. Plenty of cars parked in the field.
Yeah, that's good. Spectator is very well positioned away up in the escape road, which is even better. So, Gregory Crotto from Switzerland says hello. Dark Matters says great day out and a great job and well done to the organisers and all the marshals. So echoing what myself and Michael say, nearly every event we cover.
Somebody's off, I think, pointing. Or just wonder what they're pointing at.
Sounds good.
Yep. Cruising home now. 8 or 9 seconds down on Josh and Johnny and Callum, who are all very close on time. Still a long way to go in this stage. Very technical stage, very tricky places.
So next down to us should be Desi Henry,
who we know has leapfrogged 2 cars on the previous stage after his earlier puncture. Sorry, what do you hear? This?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm more concerned about this.
Why?
It shouldn't be doing that.
Ah. 8 hours.
Yep. So just okay. So anybody watching on Facebook, it's just on a restart because there's an 8-hour limit on Facebook on a stream. So anybody knows.
You can, if you want, flick over to YouTube. Live on YouTube still.
So we have a bit of a gap here. That was Desi through, pushing hard. Robert Barrable up next.
Yeah, quite a long gap, seemingly to Robert. He is. That's the gap that we're missing.
Yeah,
he's just out of sequence on the tracking. So Cahan through, which is good. Josh and Marion have now completed the stage. Josh has done a time of 8 minutes 46.1 seconds. Marion is on a time of 8 minutes 52.6 seconds, but quickest on that stage was Callum Devine on an 8:45.3. So, Michael.
8:45.3, 10.2. That's it. We have on the circuit of
and for those who aren't sure, do you want to tell them who it is?
It's Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan.
Yeah, and Callum will be well pleased with that. Robert Barrable just making his way through our cameras there. And don't forget Robert and Johnny Greer, Declan Boyle and Desi Henry were all engrossed in a set of battles amongst themselves. So while we had a main battle between Callum and Josh, it's going to be interesting now to see how the Declan Boyle and Desi Henry,
how the rest of this, but also Johnny
Greer.
Greer coming in and putting Marion under pressure. Marion had a good time, 8:52.6. What's interesting is Josh did an 8:46.1. Callum, Johnny just didn't quite do it. So Johnny Greer comes home fourth, just under a second quicker than Marion. Marion was deceptive, and Gary Jennings filling the road on screen. So I tip my hat to Callum. Fantastic, well-deserved win. A small mistake by Josh Moffat on stage 4 opened the gap to 19 seconds. He fought back very, very strongly over the next couple of stages. Callum responded, drove flat out. Here we are. Callum Devine's first Circuit of Ireland win. Josh Moffat second, Marion Evans third.
Johnny Greer probably has fourth, but we're waiting to see Desi Henry, Robert Barrable and Declan Boyle, what way that battle pans out, because there's only a few seconds between them.
Yeah, Sam Moffat has provisionally finished fifth, but as we say, we've got a push on from
there's Declan and Patrick Walsh.
Yep.
I'm so pleased for Declan Boyle, I really am. You know, finally seems to have the Polo R5 working, and he'll be pleased to actually get through and finish an event and finish it well.
So there's the provisional top 5 leaderboard. Callum Devine wins the 2023 Milburn Concrete Circuit of Ireland Rally. Josh Moffat, a gallant second overall. Marion Evans, have to say, a very strong third. The boys in front got away from him, but he drove with his head, kept his pace, got into a battle with Johnny Greer at the finish. Johnny, great speed over the last couple of stages, nearly snatched third place. And Sam's had stayed out of trouble, clean rally. Gareth McHale coming into picture, another driver who's driven very, very well today as the day went on. I think as the year goes on, we're going to see Gareth becoming a stronger proposition. Desi Henry finishes the stage on 8:59.4. We thought his rally was lost earlier on when he got a puncture. He made a very cool, clever decision to drive on the puncture to the end of the stage, minimised his loss to a minute. So he dropped a minute. If you take a minute off his time, he probably would have finished fifth, and that's all. Just shows you the pace at the front.
And listen, that would have been about right for him as well, if I'm being honest.
He was up to fourth at one point.
9 minutes, 0.1 second for Cahan McCourt.
And even with his 3 minutes, I think Cahan's going to finish just outside the top 10 today with this pace that he's ran at this afternoon.
Yeah. I mean, if you weren't with us earlier on, Cahan McCourt broke a drive shaft on the opening stage and then suffered another drive shaft failure on the second stage before getting into third. The Muffin Falcara pairing from Donegal. Showing very well today. It's been a while since Joe's been out, so he'll be keen to get the cobwebs well and truly blown off.
He's driven very nicely.
He has, very, very smooth all day.
Not a mark in the car. Aaron McLaughlin's due with us. So Robert Barable's just popped in a nice 8:56.3 on that stage.
So 1.8 seconds quicker than Desi Henry.
So he pushes Desi down to 7th and moves up to 6th. That was a bit of an effort, wasn't it?
And I'll tell you what,
see that one coming.
I think Robert will take that. I'm just interested to see where Declan Boyle ends up.
Yeah, 8:56.3, fifth fastest on the stage. Knew he was under pressure from Desi Henry. So he's beaten Desi by 1.8 seconds.
Yeah, he'll be pleased with that.
Yep. And it was all in that final stage time.
Are we going to get another a rally where we don't see a Ford inside the top 10?
Where's Gary Jennings going to finish? That's the thing, isn't it?
You know, when you look at it at the moment, Volkswagen, Hyundai, Volkswagen, Citroen, Hyundai, Citroen is the top 8.
Well, Gary was 10th going into the last stage. So, under pressure. Well, he's not under pressure.
He's dropped in here into 8th overall with a couple of times still to come. Kevin Eves coming through now.
Way to go for it, Kevin. Way to go. Not messing about. Declan Boyle will hopefully slot in there. And another driver who wasn't.
Oh no!
What's wrong? Who stopped? Who do you think stopped? Not Declan Boyle.
Yeah.
You're kidding. Declan Boyle's gone blue on the tracking system. Folks.
Literally.
Within sight of the finish.
2 corners from the end.
Yeah. Let's hope it's a glitch. Let's hope it's a glitch.
I hope it is. I hope it is.
Goodness me, no, it is very tricky towards the end of this stage.
Is it?
Yeah, very, very tricky, narrow, tight corners, a lot of driving in it, very technical.
Narrow?
Yeah. Wayne Sisson comes into view. So the first thing is that Joe McGonigal's the next car due with, and I have a feeling that there might be more to this than meets the eye, I'm afraid to say.
Yeah, I have 3 cars at 1 corner.
Yeah, so at the moment we'll have a Declan Boyle and Gareth McHale, and now Joe McGonigal, and all gone blue, so we possibly have a stage blockage.
Yeah, and before people get excited, it's and I mean that in a nice way, where these stages are narrow and hedges are high, and if you get out of sequence, as Michael has said many times throughout the day, lots of bumps and jumps, and you slide sideways, the next thing you know, you're wedged sideways across the road. You can drive forward 2 inches to one hedge and 2 inches behind you, and as we saw in West Cork, until you get 6 or 8 crews maybe where people can get out and give lift and pull and twist and shimmy the car around in the road, then nobody's going anywhere. So
I know exactly where this is.
Do you?
Yeah, I know exactly where it is.
Was sequence of bumps?
Yeah, they stopped the stage, yep. So they have the marshals just stopping William Crichton to say that okay, so the stage, it's not the bumps, no, it's like just, I don't know if I told you earlier on, there's one place on this stage, I certainly spoke to the organisers about it, and I said, look, it's really, really fast, and a couple of people last night have talked about it, and it's completely flat out. Right and left, and then you go right past a junction, and it tightens into what we'll call a 4 right, that tightens into a 6 right, that tightens into a square right.
So it just keeps tightening.
It just keeps tightening, but you
Yeah.
can't. It's pinpointing it, and it's the one place I thought, if somebody half spins here or whatever, they'll block the stage. There's no.
They're just
room.
going to slide into slide in sideways.
If you just tighten the car got
Yeah.
away from you, it's just going to block the road, and it. So there are marshals there because it is a location. I know exactly, as explained to, I think, Chris Meek last night, said, you pass a shed on the right, and that's your marker point to start slowing down, because there's a left and a right, and then a left and a right starts tightening. And you're just pinpointing brake at the shed. Well, and you can see the shed there.
Yeah.
And you can see the corner.
Beginning, and you can see
Just see
them
it tighten all the way.
Again, if
Yeah.
people want to go onto sport tracks and have a look, you can follow it online.
Yeah.
And Google Earth is very used very well in this instance, and you will see it yourself. You see the road tightens, continuously tightens. So
so technically, this puts the organisers in a dilemma. They'll have radio contact with the marshal at the junction who'll appraise them of the situation. We know that the people who are live in the stage have been informed that the stage is blocked at the moment. Now, we've got 15 minutes or so to, under Motorsport UK rules, where you can get the stage back up and running again. So all is not lost, but what we do have is a dilemma for the modified people. Kevin Eves is the next car that has arrived at the location. He, of course, is fighting for the lead of the modified class. Though Jason Black fought back and kept it level. Well, actually,
he kept him honest, didn't he?
He kept him honest in the last stage. Took a half a tenth or half a second out of him, and off the top of my head. But I'm just looking at how tricky the stage is there after the accident. You know, it's all square corners and hairpins, and then very, very steep downhill. Really challenging, proper rally stage. Rally drivers love this stuff, but these things happen. So, stage commanders going into the stage. If we want to come back to the studio, I'm happy enough, and we can have a chat. Whatever.
Yeah. It's going to take a few minutes to. It's going to take a few minutes to get to the bottom of this, as we said before. And we had it in West Cork. The car got wedged sideways in between two high hedges.
Yeah.
And you need to wait until you've got 6 or 8 crews, 10 crews, where they can get out and physically manhandle the car out of the way. Where that kind of falls down is if by any chance, and it is Declan that has stopped the stage, if there's a damaged hub or a damaged wheel, then the car may not drive out of the way. It may be a case of
have to get recovery in
and clear the stage. So, you know, fingers crossed for 5 or 10 minutes.
But one thing that's not, I don't think they're going to slow down, is we'll have to be mindful of what we're doing. The finish may very well happen, because we'll have a 1, 2, 3, we'll have a winner, a second and a third, who are clear of the stage, and they're on a time schedule, and we may just have to go to the finish and see Tony and have a word with the winners, and then make a decision thereafter what we're going to do. I'm pretty sure that one of the cars just moved a bit at the scene of the stop blockage, Aaron McLaughlin. Kevin Eves has stopped at the previous junction, which is about 50 yards before the accident, so it's no distance at all. Gareth McHale has got going, so I suspect they will. So Kevin Eves is going to get a stage interrupted time, and that will be probably Gary Jennings' time, who is the Ford in the top 10 at the moment, because I suspect we've lost Declan Boyle, which is heartbreaking for Declan.
It is. It is.
Really is. He's had
kiss of death, me.
Yeah, I'm saying nothing. What did you say about the fat lady early on?
Oh, stop.
Oh dear. I know.
I can see people now on social. I see them two in that studio. Honestly, see him on the left. Honestly. Well, I don't know what he's there for. Kiss of death, that fella.
Well, interesting. I suspect now we've seen the official cars going through the stage, which wasn't...
Well, they have to do that, don't they?
Yeah. It wasn't emergency services, which is absolutely brilliant news. That's really good. Some of the cars are what we call going green on the tracking, which means they've manhandled the car out of the way, I suspect. And they're certainly Gareth McHale is on his way into the finish. I think probably we can get word back through our production team as to get maybe a report on the status. But will we get up and running again? I'm confident we will. Now, let's do Michael's old technical head and see where Jason Black is. So, Jason Black hasn't started the stage yet. So, Kevin Eves will get a stage interrupted time.
I'm glad you're here because I wouldn't have a clue how to explain this.
Okay, so he hasn't started the stage. So, if the stage gets back up and running, Jason gets a fair crack at it in a stage time. Kevin Eves is going to get a stage interrupted time, whichever the organisers deem is appropriate. It could be very unfair on Jason Black because it's Gary Jennings' time, though I don't think it is, because I think genuinely both Jason and Kevin have been going at a pace that's been in and around Gary's speed. So it might not be so unbalanced. But also halted in the stage are William Crichton and James Ford, which we saw on the camera. The marshal stopped them, so they're only stopped because they've halted the stage.
You said there about the closest Gary all day. Well, stage 7, Gary was in a 7:10.5, 7 minutes 10.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Jason Black was 7 minutes 13.3 seconds, and Kevin Eves was 7 minutes 14.1 seconds.
Right.
So that could end up
swings
working.
and roundabouts.
Yeah. Yep. So it's maybe not the ideal way for it to end up in term, but it's not going to be. Sometimes we look at stage interrupted times and we think, that's awfully unjust, but those are the rules.
Yeah.
I think if they got that time here today, that's not too bad.
That's okay. That's
you
not
could,
too
you
bad
could live
at
with
all.
that.
Yeah. Yep. And if we get the stage up and running, obviously we'll have Michael McGarity, I think, is the last competitor into the stage, and he stopped at location 2, stopped by the organisers. They'll get the green flag. These guys will just then drive through the stage. The moment that they're clear, they will get the green light. If it's within 15 minutes, they don't need to send a safety car in.
Okay, that's
and
what
this
I was
is
gonna ask.
this is one of the reasons why this is really strategic. This is why they hold the cars so that when they make the stage live, the cars effectively count as safety cars. So they don't have to send as long as it's within 15 minutes, they don't have to send the safety cars in.
Because I had that sort of clarification whispered on my ear by the production team.
Don't quote me on it, but
is there a time limit?
Yeah, 15 minutes
on a stage interruption before it has to be rechecked, re-safety. Does that make sense?
Or fundamentally abandoned.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to make a call. Apparently
Well, you need to make a call on what you want to do. We're talking now live to our production team. I'm not entirely certain you can go to one and come back to the other, because we don't know how long the other is going to take.
So we have the leading, as we predicted, we have the leading crews are now arriving into the finish. We are ready. We can go to the finish and go live. We don't know how long it's going to be before they restart the stage. It could be another 10, it could be 5 minutes. So personally, I would go to the finish for now and see how it unfolds.
Yep. So in terms of finish, You have Callum Devine has won the event on 58 minutes 53.4 seconds with Noel O'Sullivan. Josh Moffat, Andy Hayes have finished second on a time of 59 minutes 3.6 seconds. Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson will round out the top three podium on a time of 59 minutes 40.7 seconds. Johnny Greer holds on to fourth with Niall Burns on a time of 59 minutes 43.5 seconds. Rounding out the top five, Sam Moffat and Keith Moriarty finish on a time of 1 hour dead 7.8 seconds. Sixth will be Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble on a time of 1 hour 52.8 seconds. Now they jumped 2 places on the last stage ahead of Desi Henry. Desi Henry dropped a place. He's on 1 hour 54.6 seconds. Gary Jennings, Rory Kennedy at the moment are showing ninth on 1 hour 2 minutes and 2.8 seconds, with Cathal McCourt and Keelan McKenna showing ninth. But there are other cars that would still have to come through, because Cahan, we know, dropped 3 minutes. And showing on the results, the last car through at the moment, Gareth McHale, Ger Conway, showing 10th on 1 hour 7 minutes 34.1 seconds.
Interesting that at this point they've given the stage maximum, so we know Gareth. Everybody is clearing the blockage now. Gareth has been given a stage maximum. That'll certainly change, almost certainly, to Gary Jennings' time of 9:11.7 for everybody in the stage interrupted, which we seem to think is a pretty fair time too. But it's not up to us. It's up to the results people to make that call. What we're going to do now, we're going to go to a quick ad break, and then we're going to go to Tony at the finish.
Go, go. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up. Go, go. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up. Go, go. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
Josh, you wouldn't put your wheel in a wee bit tighter for me, would you? It's a pain in the ass, I know.
It looks good there.
Good lad. Sorry about that.
So as you can see, guys, we're at the finish here in Cookstown at the Circuit of Ireland 23, and we're just going to let everybody get settled here now, and then we're going to get the winners over to the podium as soon as we can to get a quick word. Bear with me. I'm going to try and get Callum and Noel over here.
What's happening? Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done. Can I get you some?
Callum, you'll be very, very happy to get to this finish round today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Tony. I'm delighted to get here to this point. So no, we're delighted. It was Josh wasn't hanging about there anyway, so we had to keep the toe on it. So we're absolutely delighted.
And I mean, the Circuit of Ireland, to put your name on that trophy.
Yeah, that's what me and him were saying. The name is, I can't wait to take a look at it just to see all the names on it. And it's fantastic. Yeah, it's flipping fantastic, to be honest. That's what it is.
It's so brilliant to see you so happy, and I mean, obviously to have this excitement now leading into the next event with the championship points and everything.
Yeah, exactly. And like, there's 3 different winners there now from the three rounds there already. So yeah, it opens it all up again. And yeah, we obviously won Killarney last year, so, and it's his home rally, so we're going to be pushing hard there too, hopefully. So yeah, it's good for us to get this momentum now, hopefully. Yeah.
Good man, Callum. And obviously, that's a lovely lead into.
Testing 1, 2.
Sorry, folks, you can hear the mic. Very, very, much a team effort today, and the focus is very much on the win today. But as Callum said, to get down to Killarney now in this position is really exciting for you.
Yeah, I suppose it's just to change the page now and get focused on Killarney and get going again. Today was great. Fair play to Callum. He led from the start, I think. Just thanks to the boys running the car faultlessly all day, and Pirelli tyres worked great. So all eyes are lead to Killarney now, and we can't wait to go again.
Not an easy day's work today either. Like, I mean, I'd say you never stopped speaking the whole time.
I actually love the stages up here. They're so challenging, and they're so nice and flowing and technical. There was a bit of everything there today, and it was really enjoyable. But definitely Killarney is the one.
Good man. Well, come here. We'll let you go, folks, and we'll get another word now with Josh and Andy and Marion and Jonathan. But what we're going to do after that then is see the exciting part of the champagne being sprayed. We'll get you in here, Josh, if we can.
Get my advertisement in the background here. Suit me better.
Rally driver extraordinaire turned director. Josh, a very exciting day's rallying today. Not probably the position you'd like to be in, but I mean, one heck of a race.
No, we're happy all the same. It was good racing all day there with Callum, and obviously we got a puncture on stage 4 or whatever and dropped a bit of time, but yeah, look, Callum made it tough for us anyway, so I'm not sure if that was going to make a big difference come the end of it, but yeah, we enjoyed ourselves all the same, so it's all good.
And the next one's Killarney. You'll be raring to go.
Yeah, a different nature of stages down there, so new challenge, and it should be good.
Good man. Thank you very much, Josh. We're going to try and get a quick word with Andy now if we can. Andy obviously is the co-driver of Josh. So it's very important to hear what these guys have to say as well. We were just saying that obviously very tricky, very technical stages today, and it's very very tough on you in the voice box.
Yeah, it is a bit horse actually as it happens, yeah, tricky enough. A lot of bumps and jumps and kind of narrow bits of road and dust and dirt, so not one of the easier rallies, but it was a short rally and it was only one day, but there was nearly as much driving as a 2-day rally.
There was definitely not a break today, and it was just as much hard work as any 2 or 3 day event.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, and look, it shakes up the championship having different events, Donegal's obviously a 3-day, it's a kind of a marathon. This is only 1 day, it's kind of a sprint, so it's all good.
Keeps you on your toes.
Absolutely.
Good man, Andy. Thank you
much.
very much, and again, congratulations on your result. And we're going to try and get Jonathan and Marion over to the podium as well. Guys, can we get you over for a quick word if you don't mind? We're going to head over here to the Wee Irish Tarmac Championship Hub. Absolutely brilliant day's rallying today. I mean, very, very intense, obviously. There was no let up at all, but a very exciting championship now.
Yeah, it's blown wide open really, but we all expected Callum to come good at some point. It was a tricky start to the year, I guess, but this is close to home for him, and he wouldn't have wanted to come anything other than first. So he did the job, to be fair. It's been a good race. Johnny sort of gave us a bit of a scare in the last loop, but we just managed to hold him off. And I think for us, a podium, if you're not winning, you've got to be on the podium at the very least. So it's okay.
Happy enough with your day's work today as well, Jonathan? You worked very hard, no break at all in the notes.
No, it's an intense day. I think we say it on every round, but every event has its challenges, and this one was no exception. And having to contend with busy notes, but also with keeping yourself upright and in good shape is a challenging day, but good.
And obviously, it's the Circuit of Ireland, and to come away with a podium here, it does mean an awful lot.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's nice to get it. I guess we were saying on the way back we weren't too good in the circuit last year, and we just weren't that close to the pace at all. So I guess it's an improvement on that. Yeah. I know the stages are different, but they're all new to us completely. So to still get a podium is really positive, and hopefully we can continue the trend in Killarney anyway.
The work just stops for the circuit now, and tomorrow it all begins for Killarney.
Absolutely, yep, straight on to it next week now, and make full use of the bank holiday. So.
Good on you guys, congratulations, and we'll let you go now and enjoy the crack with the spray.
The drive home.
The drive home too is right. So there you have it, guys. The guys are going to head for the champagne spray now in a wee second, so what we're going to do is let the fun part commence. As you can see, the crowd is building here. Everybody's excited to see the winners and the runners up. And as soon as we get this the fun part done, we will absolutely make sure that you get back to the stages. We're going to try and get a quick word with Bob McEwen here as well, if we can. Bob, we noticed you're on the phone there, but we're wondering, can we have a quick word?
Aye. About what?
Was there a wee rally on today?
Aye, there was indeed. Aye. What do you think of it?
I thought it was absolutely brilliant, now I have to say. We were in service all day now.
A lot of happy competitors.
Yeah.
Aye, we would tend to run events for competitors more than anything, more than the event itself. So we like to pick stages which are good, good mix, good changeable surfaces. Now, I'm really sorry to all the competitors about the wee bit of broken stuff we had on stage 2. The rain washed that away about 3 weeks ago, and we asked the DOE to do something about it, and they didn't manage to get round. It was too late to call, you know. But by and large, we have a tight team, a small team in Cookstown, but a good tight team. Yeah. There's a lot of association in Cookstown with the Ulster Rally as well. A lot of us would be on that event too. So very good headquarters crowd, a very good location in Cookstown with good internet and good tracking facilities, and basically a team that can keep the thing going. Yeah. And that's what we always try to do.
Exactly, and I mean, as you say, happy competitors makes a very good event, but you know, from your point of view, you have to be quite happy at this stage. It was a brilliant event.
I would say it was a good event. We can always do better. Every club can do better. And I know this is part of a bigger picture, the Irish Tarmac Championship, the TROA. Now this is small fry compared to the sort of events that do happen in other parts, in Galway and Cork and all the rest of it. But this is only we hope it's only a stepping stone. And we'll sit down and look at what has happened, look at the data, as some of the Formula 1 guys would say, and see what way we go forward after that. Exactly,
and I mean, as you say, it's no more than anything, you know, you can always make improvements, but with improvement there's growth.
That's right, absolutely right, and that is so true. It's been fantastic to see this entry today. Probably as big an entry of any motorsport event that this area has seen in a long time. Excuse me. And I've tried to tell, well, some people in the local officials done that, and you know, it's still going over their head a little bit. The whole rally and 120 entries, what does that mean? Well, that means two crew, maybe 3 or 4 servicing them, you know, and it brings an enormous amount of people into the area, and every room in the area is full. Yes. And it still doesn't quite drop the penny with them yet, I think, but I think we have to work on this, you know, from that point of view as well. Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, this is a great stepping stone, as you say, and congratulations on an event well done. You'll be celebrating tonight.
Well, thank you very much for that. Congratulations, and yes, we'll celebrate a little later on after we get the prize giving done.
Good on you. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. Bye bye.
That's the event director, a very happy man. And as you can see, still crowds gathering for the champagne podium. So we've just spoken to the Tarmac Championship manager, Paddy Flanagan, and he has informed us that the champagne spray that we all love is going to take place here any minute now. And then after that we'll be heading back to the stages to give you the rest of what's going on. And we'll be back then after that with the modifieds. And then after that we'll hopefully get back for the historics as well. So bear with us, folks. As I said, the excitement is building here. It's a wee bit of a ceremonial thing at this point, but it's always great crack to get this celebration done with the champagne. So.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming to the finish here today. The top team rally and draw the game. Very celebrate the winner. We did have winners Josh and Andy up on the podium, please. Sorry, Calvin, I do apologize. Calvin and Noel, sorry, I do apologize. Calvin and Noel on number 1 spot, please. Okay, boys, you're for a second, up you go. Ariel and Johnny, well done, lads, 3rd place. Big round of applause, guys, for all of them. Top 3.
And there you have it, guys, the top 3 from the Circuit of Ireland Rally 2023. We are going to head back to the stage very soon so you can see more live action.
Go, go. Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up. out up round the easy right 150. Push on up. Go, go. Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up. go. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
So you're very welcome back to join us here at about 5:45 on Saturday evening. We know Callum Devine has won the Circuit of Ireland. At the moment, we are waiting on the modified competitors and the historic competitors making their way through and being officially classified as finishers for this year's 2023 Milburn Concrete Circuit of Ireland Rally. In the meantime, while we wait for that to happen, we're going to show you a replay of Stage 7. And as soon as we have the modified top three and the historic top three in terms of competitors and cars at the finish, we will go directly live to them. So in the meantime, thank you very much for joining us all. Thank you to all the marshals, rescue crews, competitors, to our production team, and we'll be back again with you very shortly.
Well done.
Here we are, guys, the modified winners. Jason Black and Carl Egan. We'll just give them 2 wee seconds to grab their bearings here, and then we'll get a quick interview. Jason, congratulations. You'll be delighted with that.
Oh, definitely, for sure. Bit disappointing not getting the last stage, so maybe didn't give Kevin the fair chance at it, but no, I'll take that any day.
And I mean, such an interesting, hard-working day of stages.
Oh, for sure, yeah. No, it was on the limit, like, and just hard as you could go. Like, it was class, so it was good racing.
And I mean, to get your name on the winners' trophy of the National for the Circuit of Ireland, it means an awful lot to everybody.
Oh, it does, for sure, yeah. No, both the team and everyone and all the sponsors, I can't thank them enough for all their support. So.
Good on you. Congratulations, Jason. We're going to get a quick word here as well with Carl, if we can. It's always very much a team effort, Carl. You'll be delighted now to have that win under the belt.
Yeah, it's been a challenging day, not to say the least, but look, we enjoyed it. He drove really well all day, and yeah, on to Killarney next.
Good on you.
Nice to get a win too.
There's no rest for the wicked.
No, 2-3 weeks break now and we're back at it again, but yeah, we're enjoying it. Like, we're looking forward to it.
I mean, you said it's nice to get the win. Absolutely fantastic to get the win of the circuit.
Yeah, look, it's one that everyone wants to win. Like, it's a lot of history of this event, so yeah, look, we enjoyed it. We put in a good recce. No, it wasn't an easy day's race, and Kevin gives a good battle, a bit of a scare at the end there, but look, we're happy, yeah.
Brilliant, good man. We'll let you go and get you to enjoy the champagne now. There you have it. The winners of the modified section of the Irish Tarmac Rally Championship for the Circuit of Ireland 2023. Paddy Flanagan out there putting the hats on the boys, and they're going to get a wee bit of champagne sprayed here now, so enjoy the celebrations.
You bringing yours over?
I think so, yeah, watch it again. Where's Hannah?
She keeps the show going.
She's taking cameras out. Over the guys there now.
we'll cut away from this. It's going to take a long time before he gets that Porsche round. Only is under. There's a queue.
Go, go. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up. Go, go. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
Forward maybe an hour yard, let him out or put a wee bit. Aye. Aye, if you take yours forward, lovely. Perfect. Where is she?
So there we have it, guys. We're back, and this time we have the winners of the historic section of the championship, Trevor Wilson and Paul Mulholland. Guys, congratulations. You'll be absolutely delighted to get back to the ramp here this evening. Well done.
Absolutely, thanks a million. It was a tough event, but it seemed to suit the car, suited us, and everything went well.
We missed you earlier in service, but we ended up chatting to Nigel, and he was telling us she's had an awful rush at one stage. And I mean, to get through a service that tense and to come back as the winners is unbelievable.
Absolutely class. No, in fairness to the boys, they've done well now, so they sorted out the exhaust problem and all good.
Brilliant. Congratulations. And I mean, Paul, from your point of view, it just never stopped all day either, like.
Yeah, it was busy in them stages now. In fairness, you were constantly on it, but no, it was a good drive, and yeah, it suited the car and suited us, so it was good.
There'll be a wee celebration tonight.
Yeah, hopefully so. Well deserved.
Well deserved is right. We're going to let you go and have that wee celebration now. We're going to see the champagne. So, guys, we're going to be wrapping up fairly soon, and we're just going to get these two guys celebrating, because you have to see the celebration after watching the hard work all day. So we'll watch the excitement. Championship manager Paddy Flanagan, and that's us all wrapped up here at the Circuit of Ireland 2023. Thank you very much for being with us, and we'll see you on the next one.
Go. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.